The screech of brakes against wet asphalt cut through the November afternoon like a blade through flesh. 10-year-old Harry Potter had been walking home from Little Whinging Primary School, his oversized uniform hanging loose on his thin frame, when the sound froze him mid-step. The shopping bag in Mrs. Pemberton's hand scattered its contents across the crosswalk as the lorry, massive and unstoppable, struck her with a sickening thud that would echo in Harry's mind for years to come. Time seemed to fracture. One moment, the elderly woman had been crossing the street, muttering about the weather and clutching her weekly groceries. The next, she lay motionless on the rain-slicked pavement, her body twisted at angles that human bodies weren't meant to achieve. The lorry driver stumbled from his cab, his face pale as parchment, shouting words that Harry's ears couldn't quite process through the ringing in his head. Harry stood transfixed, watching as Mrs. Pemberton's eyes stared up at the grey November sky with the peculiar stillness that only comes with death. She had been kind to him, always offering a small wave when she saw him walking past her garden. Now those same eyes that had crinkled with warmth were empty, reflecting nothing but the darkening clouds above. Something shifted deep within Harry's chest, like a lock turning in a door he hadn't known existed. The grief struck him with unexpected force, not just for Mrs. Pemberton, but for everything death represented. His parents, whose faces he could never quite remember. The goldfish he'd accidentally killed when he was 6 by feeding it too much. The spider he'd found crushed under Dudley's shoe last summer, its tiny legs curled inward in a final, futile gesture. Death wasn't just an ending, Harry realized with startling clarity. It was a presence, ancient and patient, threading through every moment of life, like a shadow cast by an unseen sun. As this understanding bloomed in his mind, something extraordinary and terrible began to happen to his body. The transformation started in his bones. Harry felt them elongating, reshaping, becoming lighter and more brittle. His skin tightened against his changing frame, pulling taut until it seemed to cling directly to the bone beneath, leaving no room for the soft flesh of childhood. His shoulder blades burned as something pushed outward from them, unfurling into vast, leathery wings that stretched wider than seemed possible. Panic flooded his mind as his face elongated into something draconic and skeletal. His eyes, burning with an otherworldly light, turned white as fresh snow. Where once stood a small, messy-haired boy, now crouched a creature from nightmares and mythology, a being that existed at the border between the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. A Thestral. Even without understanding exactly what he had become, Harry knew the word with the certainty of instinct. He was a bridge between worlds, a guardian of the threshold that separated life from death. The knowledge came not from books or lessons, but from somewhere deeper, as if it had been written into his very soul. Around him, the world erupted into chaos. A woman screamed, pointing at the skeletal, winged creature that had materialized where a child had stood moments before. Car doors slammed as people fled or pulled out mobile phones with trembling hands. The lorry driver, already shaken from the accident, stared at Harry with eyes wide enough to show white all around the irises before fainting dead away onto the wet pavement. Harry tried to speak, to explain that he was still himself, but only a haunting cry emerged from his changed throat. The sound was beautiful and terrible, like wind through cemetery gates or the whisper of autumn leaves falling on forgotten graves. It was a voice that spoke of endings and transitions, of the gentle inevitability that awaited all living things. But Harry was still a 10-year-old boy inside this alien form, and 10-year-old boys don't handle crowds of screaming adults particularly well. He spread his enormous wings and launched himself skyward, his new instincts guiding him through movements that should have been impossible. The ground fell away beneath him as he soared over Little Whinging, his white eyes taking in the familiar neighborhood from an entirely new perspective. From above, he could see patterns he'd never noticed before. The way shadows fell differently around certain houses, as if death had visited them more recently. the spots where pets had been buried in back gardens, their small graves invisible to normal sight, but clear as daylight to his transformed vision. And there, walking down Magnolia Crescent with mechanical precision, a figure in dark robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The hooded figure stopped and turned upward, and Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air. Even from this height, he could sense the wrongness radiating from the creature below. It was like death, but death perverted, twisted into something unnatural and hungry. The figure raised one pale hand, and Harry felt a pull, as if something was trying to draw him earthward against his will. Terror gave him strength he didn't know he possessed. Harry wheeled away from the dark figure, his powerful wings carrying him swiftly toward Privet Drive. All he wanted was to get home, to hide in his cupboard under the stairs and pretend this was all some terrible dream. But even as he fled, he could hear something following him, a whispered sound like dried leaves skittering across a tomb. He landed heavily in the Dursleys' back garden, his claws digging furrows in the carefully maintained lawn that Vernon spent every weekend perfecting. The transformation had left him exhausted, and he could feel his changed body beginning to waver, as if the magic holding him in this form was starting to fray at the edges. The back door burst open, just as Harry began to shift back to his human form. Vernon Dursley stood framed in the doorway, his face cycling through expressions of confusion, horror, and finally, apoplectic rage. Petunia appeared behind him, her hand pressed to her mouth, her pale eyes reflecting a terror that went deeper than simple fear. "What?" Vernon wheezed, his face turning a dangerous shade of purple. "In the name of all that's holy, is that thing doing in my garden?" Harry, still partially transformed, tried to answer, but his vocal cords were caught between human and Thestral. What emerged was a sound like wind through a graveyard, beautiful and haunting and utterly inhuman. Vernon staggered backward, clutching his chest, his breathing becoming labored and irregular. "Vernon!" Petunia shrieked, rushing to her husband's side as he collapsed against the doorframe. "Call an ambulance! Call someone! That thing! That horrible thing! It's done something to Vernon!" But Harry was already changing back, his wings folding inward and disappearing, his bones shortening and thickening, his skin resuming its normal color and texture. Within moments, he was simply a 10-year-old boy again, standing in his relative's garden with dirt under his fingernails and terror in his green eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice cracking. "I didn't mean to. I couldn't control it." Petunia stared at him with a mixture of revulsion and something that might have been recognition. Her thin lips moved silently for several seconds before she managed to speak. "Just like her," she breathed, so quietly Harry almost missed it. "Just like Lily. Always freakish, always dangerous." Before Harry could ask what she meant, the air in the garden began to shimmer and pop, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. 3 figures materialized out of thin air, their dark robes swirling around them as if blown by an unfelt wind. The one in the center, a tall man with graying hair and tired eyes, raised a thin wooden stick that Harry somehow knew was far more dangerous than it appeared. "Memory modifications required," the man said briskly, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. "Standard Confundus work should suffice for the Muggles." "The boy—" He paused, studying Harry with sharp eyes that seemed to see far more than they should. "The boy requires immediate consultation with the Chief Warlock." "Sir," said one of the other figures, a younger woman with short black hair. "The readings we're getting are unprecedented. The magical discharge was visible from Edinburgh. Every monitoring station in Britain lit up like Christmas morning." The third figure, an older witch with steel-grey hair pulled into a severe bun, stepped closer to Harry. When she spoke, her voice was kind but firm. "Child, what you've just experienced is not your fault, but it is exceedingly dangerous. We're going to need to ask you some questions, and your relatives are going to need to forget what they've seen here today." Harry wanted to protest, to demand explanations, to insist that the Dursleys remember, so that maybe, finally, they would understand that he truly was different, that the strange things that happened around him weren't his fault. But exhaustion was creeping up his spine like ivy, and the aftermath of his transformation had left him feeling hollow and fragile. "Will it hurt them?" he asked quietly, gesturing toward Vernon, who was still gasping against the doorframe, while Petunia hovered anxiously nearby. The grey-haired witch smiled, and for the first time since this whole ordeal began, Harry felt a flicker of safety. "Memory modification is quite painless when done properly," she assured him. "They'll remember your uncle having a minor cardiac episode brought on by stress. Nothing more alarming than that." As the three figures began their work, Harry found himself thinking about Mrs. Pemberton, still lying in the street several blocks away. He wondered if anyone had covered her with a blanket, if anyone was mourning her passing, if death felt different when you were ready for it. The transformation had shown him something profound and terrible about the nature of existence. Death wasn't an ending, but a doorway, and some creatures, some people, existed to guard that threshold. The knowledge sat heavy in his chest, too large and too important for a 10-year-old mind to properly contain. But even more troubling was the certainty, growing stronger with each passing moment, that his transformation into a Thestral was only the beginning. Something was watching him now, something that had been waiting for this moment to reveal itself. The hooded figure he'd seen from above, the pull he'd felt toward the earth, the way his aunt had looked at him with recognition rather than surprise. As the Obliviators finished their work and prepared to escort him away for questioning, Harry Potter felt the last vestiges of his childhood slipping away like morning mist. Whatever came next, whatever consequences his transformation would bring, he knew with absolute certainty that nothing would ever be the same again. The grey-haired witch approached him as her colleagues packed away their equipment. "My name is Amelia Bones," she said gently. "I work for the Ministry of Magic, which governs people like us, people who can do extraordinary things. What happened to you today has never been recorded in our history, and that makes it both fascinating and potentially very dangerous." She knelt down so that her eyes were level with his, and Harry was surprised by the genuine concern he saw there. "We're going to take you somewhere safe while we figure out what this means," she continued. "There are people who will want to study you, to understand your abilities, and not all of them have your best interests at heart. But I promise you this, Harry Potter, whatever happens, we will not let you face this alone." As they prepared to leave Privet Drive, Harry turned back for one last look at the house that had been his prison for so many years. The Dursleys stood at their kitchen window, staring out with blank expressions that showed no recognition of the extraordinary events that had just transpired in their garden. They would remember Vernon's chest pains, the ambulance ride to the hospital, the doctor's reassurances about stress and the need for better diet and exercise. They would not remember their nephew transforming into a creature from their deepest nightmares. But Harry would remember everything, the weight of those empty eyes staring at the sky, the feeling of his bones reshaping themselves into something alien and ancient, the knowledge that he was no longer simply a boy who survived the night his parents died, but something far more complex and potentially dangerous. As Amelia Bones took his hand and the world dissolved into spinning colours and rushing wind, Harry felt the first stirrings of a question that would shape everything that followed. If his transformation meant he could see and understand death in ways that no one else could, what did that mean for the prophecy that hung over his head like a sword? What did it mean for the man who had left him with the Dursleys, who had made so many decisions about Harry's life without ever asking what Harry himself might want? Most importantly, what did it mean for the dark wizard who had killed his parents and marked Harry as his equal? The answers, Harry sensed, would come soon enough. But first, he would have to learn to control the power that had awakened within him, the ability to stand at the crossroads between life and death and guard the passage between worlds. The last thing Harry saw before the apparition completed was a flash of silver light in the distance, moving with purpose toward Privet Drive. Something else was coming, something that had been waiting for this moment, just as surely as death itself. The transformation was complete, but the true journey was only just beginning. The silence that followed Voldemort's dissolution was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. It was not merely the absence of sound, but the presence of something deeper and more profound, as if the entire universe had paused to acknowledge that a fundamental imbalance had been corrected. In the clearing where the final confrontation had taken place, Harry stood surrounded by the remnants of two armies that had represented completely incompatible visions of what magic should become. The Death Eaters who had served Voldemort lay unconscious or fled, their dark magic stripped away by the cosmic forces that had been unleashed during the battle. The corrupted spirits that had been bound to the Dark Lord's service were gone, finally free to continue their journey to whatever lay beyond the boundary between life and death. But it was the reaction of his own allies that truly demonstrated the magnitude of what had been accomplished. Students from magical schools around the world stood in awed silence, their faces reflecting the understanding that they had witnessed something that transcended ordinary magical combat. The Thestrals moved through the clearing with a grace that seemed almost ceremonial, their white eyes bright with satisfaction at seeing the natural order restored to proper balance. Most remarkably, the spirits of the dead who had chosen to manifest physically during the battle remained visible, their otherworldly forms glowing with an inner light that suggested profound peace rather than the restless energy that typically characterized ghostly apparitions. Harry felt the cosmic forces that had flowed through him during the confrontation beginning to settle back into their natural patterns, but he was aware that he had been fundamentally changed by the experience. His connection to the boundary between life and death was now complete and permanent, making him something that existed simultaneously in both realms while being fully native to neither. "Is it over?" Hermione asked quietly, approaching him with the careful movements of someone who was not entirely certain that the person before her was still the friend she remembered. Harry turned to look at her, and for a moment his vision encompassed multiple layers of reality simultaneously. He could see her as she appeared to ordinary sight, bruised and exhausted from her captivity, but essentially unharmed. But he could also perceive her life force, the complex pattern of magical energy that defined her existence, and the network of connections that linked her to every person she had ever cared about. "It's over," he confirmed, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated across planes of existence, but gradually settling back into recognizably human tones. "Voldemort is dead. His corrupted magic has been cleansed from the world, and the boundary between life and death is secure." Neville emerged from behind one of the ancient oak trees, his temporal sensitivity showing him timelines that branched out from this moment like the limbs of an enormous tree. For the first time since Harry had known him, his expression showed genuine hope, rather than the constant worry that had characterized his predictions for the future. "The timelines are stabilizing," he reported with obvious relief. "I can see possibilities now that didn't exist before, futures where the magical world develops in harmony with natural law rather than in opposition to it." Draco approached more slowly, the spirits that followed him now appearing peaceful rather than agitated. Dobby materialized beside him, the house elf's form more solid and focused than it had been since his death. "Young Master Draco is free now," Dobby announced with satisfaction. "The dark magic that bound Dobby to this world has been cleansed by Harry Potter's victory. Dobby can choose to pass on or to remain, and the choice is made with joy rather than obligation." Harry felt a surge of profound satisfaction at this news. One of his greatest concerns about his role as a threshold guardian had been the possibility that his abilities might trap spirits in the world of the living against their will. But the cosmic forces he now served had made it clear that choice, freely given and freely received, was fundamental to maintaining proper balance between the realms. "What will you choose?" Harry asked the house elf. Dobby's large eyes sparkled with an emotion that was difficult to identify, but unmistakably positive. "Dobby chooses to remain," the elf said firmly. "Not because Dobby is trapped or bound, but because Dobby wishes to help young Master Draco and Harry Potter, sir, build a better world for all magical beings." The decision sent ripples of approval through the assembled spirits, and Harry realized that many of them were making similar choices. Not to cling to existence out of fear or unfinished business, but to contribute their knowledge and perspective to the enormous task of rebuilding magical society, according to principles that honored both the living and the dead. Professor McGonagall appeared at the edge of the clearing, her usually stern expression softened by something that might have been wonder. She had arrived too late to participate in the actual battle, but she had witnessed its conclusion, and the implications were clearly still sinking in. "Harry," she said carefully, "what happens now? Voldemort is gone, but the entire structure of magical government and education was built around the assumption that such power could only be controlled through hierarchical authority. If you represent a different model, a form of leadership based on service rather than dominance, then everything will have to change." It was a question that Harry had been grappling with since the moment he had accepted his role as a threshold guardian. His abilities gave him access to power that dwarfed anything available to conventional wizards. But that power came with responsibilities that went far beyond personal ambition or even community protection. "I don't want to rule anyone," Harry said simply. "The cosmic forces I serve aren't interested in political control or social engineering. They're focused on maintaining the natural balance that keeps existence stable and comprehensible." He gestured toward the diverse coalition that surrounded them in the clearing. "But the people who fought alongside us tonight have proven that a different kind of magical society is possible. One based on cooperation rather than competition, on mutual respect rather than hierarchical domination, on the understanding that diversity strengthens communities rather than threatening them." Hermione pulled out the notebook that she had been using to record their discoveries throughout their journey, its pages now filled with observations and insights that represented a completely new understanding of magical theory. "We'll need new institutions," she said, with the practical focus that had always characterized her approach to complex problems. "Educational systems that teach cooperation alongside competition, governing structures that respect individual autonomy while maintaining social cohesion, economic arrangements that value contribution rather than exploitation. And we'll need to do it in a way that honors the lessons we've learned about the dangers of concentrated authority," Neville added, his temporal sensitivity showing him the pitfalls that awaited any attempt to impose change through force rather than persuasion. Draco nodded thoughtfully, his connection to the spirit realm providing insights into how such transformations had succeeded or failed throughout history. "The spirits have memories of other times when magical society underwent fundamental changes," he reported. "The successful transitions were always led by coalitions rather than individuals, by people who understood that lasting change requires broad support rather than brilliant leadership." Harry felt the truth of this observation resonating through his connection to the cosmic forces he served. The battle against Voldemort had been won not through his individual power, but through the combined efforts of everyone who had chosen to stand against the corruption of natural law. The society they built afterward would need to reflect that same principle of collective responsibility and shared authority. But even as they discussed the challenges of rebuilding magical civilization, Harry became aware of movement at the edges of the clearing. Not hostile movement, but the arrival of delegations from the various factions that had remained neutral during the final confrontation. Ministry officials who had been too cautious to openly oppose Voldemort, but too principled to actively support him. Representatives from magical governments around the world who were eager to understand what Harry's victory meant for international relations. Leaders of magical communities that had been marginalized or oppressed under the old system, and who saw this moment as an opportunity to claim their rightful place in a more equitable society. Most significantly, a small group of figures emerged from the forest wearing the distinctive robes that marked them as members of the International Confederation of Wizards. Their presence meant that the magical world's governing body was prepared to officially recognize the legitimacy of what had happened here tonight. The lead delegate, a distinguished witch with silver hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to navigating complex political situations, approached Harry with the measured pace of someone making a formal diplomatic contact. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice carrying the weight of official authority. "I am Councillor Delacour, representing the International Confederation of Wizards. We have been monitoring the situation here with considerable interest and some concern." She paused, studying Harry's transformed appearance with the analytical attention of someone trying to assess a fundamentally new type of political actor. The defeat of the individual known as Voldemort has removed a significant threat to international magical security, and for that the Confederation is grateful. But your demonstration of abilities that transcend conventional magical categories has raised questions about the future stability of the global magical community. Harry felt a flicker of the old frustration at being viewed primarily as a potential problem rather than a person with legitimate concerns and goals. But his connection to cosmic forces provided perspective that helped him respond with patience rather than irritation. "Councillor Delacour," he said respectfully, "I understand the Confederation's concerns about stability and predictability, but I think the real threat to magical security comes not from new abilities or different ways of thinking about magic, but from the kind of rigid, hierarchical thinking that allowed someone like Voldemort to gain power in the first place." He gestured toward the diverse coalition that surrounded them. "These people represent magical communities from around the world, and they've proven that cooperation across traditional boundaries is not just possible, but beneficial for everyone involved. The question isn't whether the magical world can handle change, but whether it can handle the consequences of refusing to change." Councillor Delacour's expression suggested that she was not entirely convinced by this argument, but she was clearly trying to approach the situation with diplomatic flexibility rather than bureaucratic rigidity. "The Confederation would be interested in discussing the possibility of formal recognition for your organization," she said carefully. "Perhaps some kind of consultative status that would allow your perspectives to be heard without disrupting existing governmental structures." It was, Harry realized, exactly the kind of compromise that well-meaning authorities always offered when confronted with movements that challenged their fundamental assumptions. A way of appearing to accommodate change while ensuring that real power remained concentrated in the same hands that had held it before. But before Harry could formulate a response, Hermione stepped forward with the confidence of someone who had spent months thinking about exactly these kinds of political challenges. "Councillor," she said with respect but unmistakable firmness, "I think you may be misunderstanding the nature of what we're proposing. We're not asking for recognition or accommodation within the existing system. We're demonstrating that a completely different system is possible, one that serves the needs of all magical beings, rather than just those who happen to hold positions of authority." She opened her notebook to a page covered with diagrams and organizational charts. "Over the past year, we've established communication networks that span continents, educational programs that integrate knowledge from dozens of different magical traditions, and conflict resolution mechanisms that have successfully prevented several potential international incidents." Hermione looked directly at the counselor with the intensity of someone presenting a carefully researched argument. "The question isn't whether you'll recognize us. The question is whether the existing magical governments will adapt to the reality that their authority is no longer based on the consent of the governed." The silence that followed this declaration was profound. Councillor Delacour was clearly grappling with the implications of what she had just heard, while the other diplomatic representatives exchanged glances that suggested they were beginning to understand the true magnitude of the change they were witnessing. It was Neville who broke the silence, his temporal sensitivity providing insight into the immediate consequences of this diplomatic exchange. "In about 10 minutes, he announced quietly, emergency sessions are going to convene in magical governments around the world. The conversations happening here tonight are being observed and reported by more people than we realize, and the implications are starting to sink in at the highest levels of magical authority." Harry felt his enhanced senses confirming this prediction. Hidden observers were indeed positioned throughout the forest, using advanced scrying techniques to monitor the negotiations taking place in the clearing. What they were witnessing was not just the aftermath of a military victory, but the birth of a new form of magical governance that challenged every assumption about power and authority that had shaped their world for centuries. "Then perhaps," Harry said, addressing not just Councillor Delacour but the hidden observers whose presence he could clearly perceive, "this would be a good time to explain exactly what we're offering." He moved to the center of the clearing, his transformed state allowing him to project his voice across multiple planes of existence simultaneously. When he spoke, his words would be heard not just by those physically present, but by everyone who was using magic to observe the proceedings. "For too long," Harry began, "magical society has been organized according to principles of domination and hierarchy. Those with power have used it to control those without power, justifying their authority through claims about superior knowledge, greater wisdom, or natural destiny." He gestured toward the coalition of allies that surrounded him. "But tonight, we've proven that cooperation is more powerful than domination, that diversity strengthens communities rather than threatening them, and that true leadership comes from serving others rather than controlling them." Harry paused, allowing his words to sink in among both visible and hidden audiences. "We're not offering to reform the existing system or to negotiate better terms within current power structures. We're demonstrating that those structures are obsolete, that they've been replaced by something better, and that the future belongs to communities that choose to embrace change rather than resist it." The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Several of the diplomatic observers stepped out of concealment, their expressions ranging from alarm to fascination. Emergency communication spells began activating throughout the forest as government officials around the world demanded immediate reports on what they were witnessing. But most significantly, delegations began apparating into the clearing from magical communities that had been waiting for exactly this kind of declaration. Not government representatives or official diplomatic missions, but grassroots organizations that had been building their own networks of cooperation and mutual support parallel to the formal structures of magical authority. Within an hour, the clearing had become host to what could only be described as a constitutional convention for a new form of magical civilization. Representatives from every continent shared insights and experiences that had been gained through years of quiet organizing and community building. House elves who had been secretly coordinating resistance to their exploitation. Centaurs who had been developing educational programs that integrated magical and mundane knowledge. Goblins who had been creating economic systems based on contribution rather than ownership. Witches and wizards from marginalized communities who had been proving that power shared was power multiplied rather than power diminished. As dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands, Harry found himself at the center of discussions that were reshaping the fundamental assumptions about how magical society should be organized, not through conquest or revolution, but through the simple demonstration that better alternatives already existed and were working successfully. The old world, built on domination and hierarchy, was dying. Not because it had been destroyed by external force, but because it had been replaced by something that served people's needs more effectively. Councillor Delacour, to her credit, had remained throughout the night, observing and occasionally participating in conversations that were clearly challenging every assumption she had brought to the negotiations. "Mr. Potter," she said finally, as the formal session began to wind down, "I believe the Confederation will need to completely reconsider its understanding of magical governance. What you've shown us tonight isn't just a new political movement. It's a new form of civilization. Harry nodded, gratitude evident in his transformed features. And it's a civilization that has room for everyone who chooses to embrace its principles, he replied, including those who currently hold positions of authority in existing governments, if they're willing to serve rather than rule. As the various delegations began to depart, each carrying plans and commitments that would reshape magical society in ways that were only beginning to be understood, Harry remained in the clearing with his closest allies. The victory they had achieved was complete, but it was also only the beginning of a much larger transformation. Looking around at the faces of Hermione, Neville, Draco, and the spirits who had chosen to remain as advisors and guides, Harry felt a profound sense of satisfaction. They had not just defeated a dark wizard or prevented a magical catastrophe. They had proven that the choice about what kind of world to live in belonged to everyone who was willing to take responsibility for making that choice real. The threshold between life and death was secure, protected by a guardian who understood that his role was to serve the balance rather than control it. But more importantly, the threshold between the old world and the new had been crossed, and there was no going back to the way things had been. The future remained unwritten, but for the first time in longer than anyone could remember, it was a future that belonged to everyone who chose to participate in creating it. The game was over, but the real work was just beginning. The confrontation between Harry Potter and Tom Riddle transcended the physical realm, extending across multiple planes of existence in ways that defied conventional understanding of magical combat. Where their powers met, reality itself seemed to buckle and strain under the pressure of two fundamentally incompatible approaches to the nature of life and death. Harry stood at the center of what had once been a simple forest clearing, but had become something closer to a cosmic battleground. His transformed state allowed him to perceive the conflict on levels that went far beyond the visual, feeling the way Tom Riddle's corrupted magic clawed at the boundaries between different states of existence, while his own abilities worked to maintain the natural balance that kept those boundaries stable. Around them, the battle between their respective allies had taken on an almost ritualistic quality. Death Eaters who had served Voldemort for decades found their dark magic simply failing when confronted with defenders who fought not for personal gain, but to protect the fundamental principles that governed existence itself. International students coordinated attacks that drew on magical traditions from every corner of the earth, creating synergistic effects that no single school of magic could have achieved alone. But it was the participation of the spirits themselves that truly demonstrated the cosmic nature of what was taking place. The dead who had chosen to manifest physically moved through the battlefield with purpose and authority that went beyond simple combat tactics. They were reclaiming their role as guardians of the threshold between worlds, taking back responsibility that had been usurped by those who sought to exploit death rather than respect it. "You cannot comprehend what you are trying to destroy," Tom Riddle said, his voice carrying across multiple planes of existence as his form shifted between the human appearance he had maintained for decades and something that was far less recognizable. "I have spent lifetimes learning to transcend the limitations that bind ordinary mortals. I have made myself into something greater than human, something that deserves to command rather than serve." Harry felt the cosmic forces he served responding to this declaration with something that was deeper and more fundamental than anger. Tom Riddle was not just threatening individuals or communities, he was challenging the basic principles that kept existence comprehensible and stable. "You've made yourself into an abomination," Harry replied, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated through the fabric of reality itself. "You've violated every natural law that governs the relationship between life and death, and you've done it in service of the most petty and selfish motivations imaginable." The power that flowed through Harry as he spoke was not his own, but something he was uniquely qualified to channel. The cosmic forces that governed the transition between different states of being, the natural laws that maintained the boundary between existence and non-existence, the fundamental principles that kept the universe from collapsing into chaos, all of them found expression through his transformed nature. Tom Riddle's response was an attack that should have been sufficient to unmake any conventional opponent. Dark magic erupted from him with the force of a volcanic explosion, spells designed not just to kill but to corrupt, to bind souls to his service, to tear holes in the fabric of reality that would allow him to reshape existence according to his will. But Harry was no longer bound by the limitations that constrained ordinary magical combat. The attacks passed through his transformed state as if he were made of concentrated starlight, their power absorbed and redirected by abilities that operated according to laws more fundamental than those that governed individual magic. Where Tom Riddle's corruption touched the natural order, Harry's presence served as an immune response, cleansing the violations and restoring proper balance. The true nature of their confrontation became clear as the battle continued. This was not a fight between two individual wizards, however powerful. This was a conflict between two completely different understandings of what magic should be and how it should relate to the cosmic forces that shaped existence itself. Tom Riddle fought with power that came from domination and exploitation, magic that gained its strength from the violation of natural boundaries and the corruption of essential processes. His approach to magical development was ultimately parasitic, requiring the constant consumption of external energy sources to maintain abilities that worked against the grain of reality, rather than with it. Harry fought with power that flowed from balance and protection, abilities that were strengthened by his willingness to serve forces larger than his own desires. His magic was not just technically superior, but qualitatively different, drawing on energy sources that were renewable rather than finite, that grew stronger through proper use rather than being depleted. As their confrontation intensified, the very structure of the forest around them began to reflect the metaphysical principles they represented. Where Tom Riddle's influence was strongest, trees withered and died, the ground cracked and blackened, and the air itself seemed to grow thick with corruption and decay. But where Harry's presence was felt most strongly, the natural world responded with renewed vitality. Plants grew with unnatural speed and vigor, springs of clear water erupted from previously dry ground, and the very air seemed to sparkle with life-giving energy. "Do you see?" Harry asked, his voice carrying across multiple planes of existence as he gestured toward the transformation taking place around them. "This is what your approach to magic creates. Death without purpose, corruption without end, power that consumes everything it touches, including its wielder." He extended his consciousness toward the areas where Tom Riddle's influence was strongest, not to attack but to offer restoration and healing. But this is what service to natural law creates. Life renewed, balance maintained, power that strengthens rather than depletes, that builds rather than destroys. Tom Riddle's response was a howl of rage that seemed to come from the very depths of his corrupted soul. The sound was audible not just to those physically present, but to every magical being within hundreds of miles, a psychic scream that spoke of frustration, desperation, and the growing realization that his entire approach to magic had been fundamentally flawed from the beginning. "I will not be lectured by a child," he snarled, his form beginning to shift into something that was less human and more like a walking embodiment of corruption itself. "I have studied the deepest mysteries of magic for decades. I have unlocked secrets that lesser wizards could never comprehend. I have made myself into a god." But even as he made these declarations, Harry could see the truth that Tom Riddle was trying to deny even to himself. The dark magic that had sustained him for so long was beginning to fail, not because it was being overwhelmed by superior force, but because it was inherently unsustainable. Power that came from violation and corruption could only maintain itself by finding new sources to exploit, and Tom Riddle had finally reached the limits of what could be taken without giving anything in return. "You've made yourself into a cancer," Harry replied, with something that might have been pity if it had not been diluted by cosmic perspective. "A growth that can only survive by consuming the healthy tissue around it. But cancers always destroy themselves in the end, because they cannot exist without the very thing they are destroying. The insight that followed this exchange was both terrible and liberating. Harry could see, with perfect clarity, exactly what Tom Riddle had done to himself over the decades of his quest for immortality. Each Horcrux had not just split his soul, but had created a feedback loop of corruption that made him less human and less capable of understanding the very forces he was trying to control. The young Tom Riddle who had started this journey had been brilliant, ambitious, and capable of genuine magical innovation. But each violation of natural law had cost him something essential. Each act of corruption had made him less capable of the empathy and wisdom that true magical mastery required. By the time he had become Voldemort, he was no longer a person making choices about how to use power. He had become a force of corruption that could only act according to its nature, incapable of growth, learning, or change. "You could have been magnificent," Harry said, and his voice carried genuine sorrow for the potential that had been squandered. "You had the intelligence and the magical ability to make genuine contributions to magical understanding, but you chose domination over cooperation, exploitation over service, corruption over growth." Tom Riddle's reaction to this observation was more revealing than any of his previous attacks. For just a moment, his corrupted features flickered back toward something recognizably human, and Harry caught a glimpse of the person he had been before his quest for power had consumed everything else about him. It was that moment of recognition, that brief acknowledgement of what he had become and what he had lost, that sealed Tom Riddle's fate. The cosmic forces that Harry served were not vindictive or cruel. They operated according to principles that were as impartial as gravity and as inevitable as entropy. When someone violated natural law for long enough and extensively enough, the universe itself would eventually respond with a correction that restored proper balance. Tom Riddle had spent decades accumulating violations that could not be indefinitely sustained. His Horcruxes, his experiments with corrupted death magic, his attempts to bind souls to his service against their will, all of these had created a debt to cosmic justice that would eventually have to be paid. Harry's role was not to punish or destroy, but to serve as a conduit through which that correction could take place. "I offer you one final choice," Harry said, his voice carrying the authority of existence itself. "Abandon your corrupted magic, accept the natural process of death, and allow your soul to be cleansed through proper passage to whatever comes next. Or continue to cling to power that was never meant to be yours, and face the consequences of a lifetime spent in violation of cosmic law." The silence that followed stretched across multiple planes of existence as Tom Riddle grappled with the reality of his situation. He was no longer facing an 11-year-old boy with unusual abilities. He was confronting the embodied will of forces that had shaped the universe since its beginning, cosmic principles that would not be denied or negotiated with. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of decades of choices that could not be unmade. "I choose power," he said simply. "Whatever the cost, whatever the consequences, I choose power over submission." The response from the cosmic forces was immediate and absolute. Tom Riddle's corrupted magic simply ceased to function, not because it was being actively suppressed, but because the universe itself had withdrawn its support for violations of natural law. His Horcruxes, scattered across Britain and beyond, began to collapse as the unnatural magic that sustained them was reclaimed by forces that had originally been borrowed without permission. But the most profound change was in Tom Riddle himself. Stripped of the corrupted magic that had sustained his artificial immortality, he began to age at an accelerated rate as decades of deferred mortality caught up with him all at once. His form shifted from the artificially preserved appearance he had maintained for so long to something that reflected the true cost of his choices. "This is not possible," he whispered, his voice growing weaker as his life force began to ebb. "I am beyond death. I have made myself immortal." You have made yourself into something that could only exist by stealing life from others, Harry replied gently. But theft is not ownership, and borrowed time always comes due. As Tom Riddle's form began to dissolve, the corrupted spirits that he had bound to his service found themselves suddenly free to continue their interrupted journey to whatever lay beyond the boundary between life and death. Some chose to remain as guardians and advisors, but their decision was made freely rather than through coercion or magical binding. The Death Eaters who had served him for decades found their dark magic simply evaporating, leaving them as ordinary wizards who would have to face the consequences of their choices without the supernatural advantages they had grown accustomed to. Some fled immediately, hoping to escape justice through distance and concealment. Others remained, paralyzed by the sudden understanding of what they had been supporting and what it had cost them. But it was the reaction of the assembled spirits that truly demonstrated the cosmic nature of what had taken place. They began to glow with an inner light that spoke of profound satisfaction and relief. The contentment that came from seeing a fundamental imbalance corrected and natural order restored. "It is finished," said the eldest of the Thestrals, his mental voice carrying across multiple planes of existence as he addressed not just Harry, but every spiritual entity that had participated in the conflict. "The corruption has been cleansed, the boundaries have been restored, and the threshold between worlds is once again properly guarded." As the supernatural aspects of the confrontation came to their conclusion, Harry became aware that the physical world around them had been transformed as well. The forest clearing that had served as their battleground was now something closer to a sacred grove, a place where the boundary between different states of existence was thin enough to step across, but stable enough to be safely navigated. Students from the various magical schools who had participated in the battle were helping each other with injuries and exhaustion, but their expressions showed not just relief, but genuine understanding of what they had accomplished. They had not just defeated a dark wizard, they had proven that cooperation could triumph over domination, that service was stronger than exploitation, that magic used in harmony with natural law was more powerful than magic used in violation of it. Professor McGonagall emerged from the tree line with a group of other faculty members from various schools, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe, concern, and the beginning of hope. The magical education establishment they represented had been built on assumptions that had just been proven false, but they were clearly willing to consider what new possibilities might emerge from the ruins of old certainties. "Harry," McGonagall said carefully, approaching him with the respectful caution of someone who was no longer entirely certain what category of being she was addressing. "What happens now? Voldemort is gone, but the entire structure of magical society was organized around the assumption that his kind of power could only be contained through hierarchical authority and institutional control." Harry looked around at the diverse coalition that had chosen to fight alongside him. These remarkable individuals who represented every corner of the magical world and every tradition of magical practice. They had proven that unity was possible across differences of culture, species, and even the fundamental distinction between the living and the dead. "Now we build something better," he said, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had seen what cooperation could accomplish. Not a new hierarchy with different people at the top, but a completely different way of organizing magical society. One based on service rather than domination, on mutual respect rather than fear, on the understanding that power shared is power multiplied. Hermione stepped forward from where she had been coordinating with representatives from various international delegations, her notebook filled with plans and commitments that had been developed during the battle itself. "The networks are already in place," she reported with obvious satisfaction. "Communication systems that span continents, educational programs that integrate knowledge from dozens of magical traditions, governance structures that respect individual autonomy while maintaining social cohesion." Neville emerged from behind one of the transformed trees, his temporal sensitivity showing him possibilities for the future that had not existed before the corruption was cleansed. "The timelines are open again," he announced with relief that was evident in every word. "I can see paths forward that don't end in catastrophe, possibilities for magical development that work with natural law rather than against it." Draco approached with Dobby and several other spirits, whose peaceful expressions showed that they had finally found the resolution they had been seeking for so long. "The spirits are choosing to remain," he reported, "not because they're trapped or bound, but because they want to help with the work of rebuilding. They have knowledge and perspective that could be invaluable for creating institutions that serve everyone, rather than just the living." Harry felt the cosmic forces he served flowing around and through the assembled coalition, blessing their intentions and offering support for the enormous task that lay ahead. The victory they had achieved was complete, but it was also only the beginning of a much larger transformation. Looking around at the faces of his allies, human and non-human, living and dead, Harry Potter realized that he had found something far more valuable than the power to command death or control the boundary between worlds. He had found a community of people who shared his commitment to service, his respect for natural law, and his understanding that true strength came from cooperation rather than domination. The threshold between life and death was secure, protected by a guardian who understood that his role was to serve the balance rather than control it. But more importantly, the threshold between the old world of hierarchy and fear and a new world of cooperation and mutual respect had been crossed. There was no going back to the way things had been, and Harry Potter could not have been more grateful for that reality. The war was over, but the work of peace was just beginning. The morning sun rose over a transformed world, its golden light revealing landscapes that had been fundamentally changed by the events of the previous night. Where the final battle between cosmic forces had taken place, the very structure of reality seemed more stable, more vibrant, as if the universe itself was breathing easier now that a fundamental corruption had been cleansed from existence. Harry Potter stood at the edge of what had once been the Forbidden Forest, but was now something closer to a sacred grove, a place where the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead was thin enough to step across, but stable enough to navigate safely. His transformed state had settled into something that was recognizably human, but touched with otherworldly grace, white eyes that could perceive multiple planes of existence simultaneously, and skin that seemed to glow with inner light. The death of Tom Riddle had not been violent or dramatic in the conventional sense. When the cosmic forces he had spent decades violating finally withdrew their unwilling support, he had simply ceased to exist in any meaningful way. Not destroyed or banished, but allowed to face the natural consequences of choices that had put him at odds with the fundamental laws governing existence itself. His final moment had been one of recognition rather than defiance, a flash of understanding about what he had become and what he had lost in his quest for power. In that instant, Harry had seen something of the brilliant young wizard Tom Riddle had been, before corruption consumed everything else about him, and he had felt genuine sorrow for the potential that had been squandered. But now, with the immediate crisis resolved, the real work was beginning. The magical world that had been organized around hierarchical authority and institutional control for centuries was facing the reality that those structures had become obsolete overnight, not because they had been destroyed by external force, but because they had been replaced by something that served people's needs more effectively. Representatives from magical communities around the world continued to arrive throughout the morning, apparating into the grove that had become an informal headquarters for what historians would later call the Threshold Revolution. They came not as diplomats representing established governments, but as delegates from grassroots organizations that had been building alternative networks of cooperation and mutual support parallel to official structures. Professor McGonagall approached Harry with the careful respect of someone who was still processing the magnitude of what she had witnessed. Behind her came faculty members from magical schools across Europe, their expressions showing a mixture of awe, concern, and the beginning of genuine hope for possibilities they had never allowed themselves to imagine. "Harry," she said carefully. "We need to discuss what happens to magical education. Hogwarts, Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, all of the established schools were built on assumptions about magical authority and institutional hierarchy that no longer apply. If you represent a new model of magical development, then everything about how we teach and learn magic will have to be reconsidered." Harry looked around at the diverse coalition that surrounded him in the grove, students and spirits and creatures that had chosen to stand together, despite differences of species, culture, and even the fundamental distinction between life and death. The bonds between them had been forged through shared danger and mutual trust, creating something that was far stronger than any institutional loyalty. "The schools don't have to disappear," Harry replied thoughtfully. "But they'll need to change in fundamental ways. Instead of teaching students to compete for positions in hierarchical structures, they'll need to focus on cooperation, on how to work together across traditional boundaries, on understanding magic as part of natural law rather than as a tool for domination." Hermione stepped forward from where she had been coordinating with international delegations, her notebook filled with plans and commitments that represented a completely new approach to magical governance. Her understanding of magical theory had evolved far beyond conventional frameworks, incorporating insights that came from seeing magic as part of a larger cosmic system, rather than as an isolated phenomenon. "We've been developing curricula that integrate knowledge from dozens of magical traditions," she reported with obvious enthusiasm. "Not just European approaches, but magical practices from every continent, including traditions that have been marginalized or suppressed under the old system." She opened her notebook to a page covered with diagrams that showed how different magical techniques could be combined to create effects that no single tradition could achieve alone. "The key insight is that diversity strengthens magical communities rather than threatening them. When people with different backgrounds and perspectives work together, they can accomplish things that would be impossible for any individual or homogeneous group." Neville emerged from behind one of the transformed trees, his temporal sensitivity showing him glimpses of possible futures that branched out from this moment like the limbs of an enormous tree. For the first time since Harry had known him, his expression showed unqualified optimism about what lay ahead. "The educational networks are already forming," he announced with satisfaction. "I can see schools being established that operate according to completely different principles. Places where students learn to serve rather than to rule, where knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, where magic is understood as a responsibility rather than a privilege." Draco approached with a group of spirits whose peaceful expressions showed that they had finally found the resolution they had been seeking. Dobby floated beside him, the house elf's form more solid and focused than it had been since his death, his large eyes bright with contentment. "The spirit realm is offering to serve as a communication and coordination network," Draco reported. "The dead don't respect national boundaries or institutional hierarchies. They can carry messages and facilitate cooperation across distances and differences that would be impossible for conventional magical communication." Harry felt the cosmic forces he served flowing through the assembled coalition, blessing their intentions and offering support for the enormous task of rebuilding magical civilization according to principles that honored both the living and the dead. But he was also aware of the challenges that lay ahead, the resistance they would face from those who benefited from existing power structures and were reluctant to embrace change. As if summoned by his thoughts, a new group of figures apparated into the grove. These were not grassroots organizers or progressive educators, but official representatives of established magical governments, arriving with the formal dignity that marked them as people accustomed to wielding institutional authority. The leader of this delegation was a tall wizard with steel-grey hair and the bearing of someone who had spent decades navigating the complexities of international magical politics. His robes bore the insignia of the International Confederation of Wizards, and his expression suggested that he was prepared to engage in serious negotiations about the future of magical governance. "Mr. Potter," he said formally, his voice carrying the weight of official authority, "I am Minister Oldwick, representing an emergency session of the International Confederation of Wizards. We have been observing the events here with considerable interest and some concern." He paused, studying Harry's transformed appearance with the analytical attention of someone trying to assess a fundamentally new type of political actor. The defeat of the individual known as Voldemort has removed a significant threat to international magical security, and for that the Confederation is grateful. However, the methods used to achieve this victory and the broader implications of your demonstrated abilities have raised questions about the future stability of global magical governance. Harry felt a flicker of the old frustration at being viewed primarily as a potential problem rather than a person with legitimate concerns and reasonable goals. But his connection to cosmic forces provided perspective that helped him respond with patience rather than irritation. "Minister Oldwick," he said respectfully, "I understand the Confederation's concerns about stability and predictability, but I think the real threat to magical security has always come from the kind of rigid, hierarchical thinking that allowed someone like Voldemort to gain power in the first place." He gestured toward the diverse coalition that surrounded them in the grove. "These people have proven that cooperation across traditional boundaries is not just possible but beneficial for everyone involved. The question isn't whether the magical world can handle change, but whether existing institutions are willing to adapt to serve their people rather than expecting their people to serve them." Minister Oldwick's expression suggested that he was trying to approach the situation with diplomatic flexibility while still defending the legitimacy of the structures he represented. "The Confederation recognizes the value of the cooperation you've demonstrated," he replied carefully. "However, we must also consider the practical challenges of maintaining social order and international stability. The institutions you're challenging have been developed over centuries to address real problems and serve genuine needs." It was Hermione who stepped forward to respond, her analytical mind cutting through diplomatic language to address the underlying assumptions. "Minister," she said with respectful firmness, "those institutions were developed to serve the needs of the people who held power within them. The question is whether they can adapt to serve the needs of everyone else as well." She opened her notebook to a page covered with organizational charts and statistical analyses. "Over the past year, we've documented dozens of instances where grassroots magical communities have solved problems more effectively than official government responses. Everything from mediating international disputes to coordinating disaster relief to integrating magical and non-magical educational systems." Hermione looked directly at the minister with the confidence of someone presenting carefully researched evidence. "The networks we've built aren't replacing functional institutions. They're filling gaps that existing institutions haven't been able to address, often because those institutions are constrained by political considerations that have nothing to do with serving their people effectively." The conversation that followed was a microcosm of the larger transformation taking place throughout magical society. Traditional authority figures found themselves having to justify their relevance to people who had discovered that they could meet their own needs more effectively through voluntary cooperation than through hierarchical command structures. But what emerged was not conflict or revolution in the conventional sense. Instead, it was a negotiated evolution that preserved valuable institutional knowledge while adapting governance structures to serve broader constituencies and embrace more inclusive approaches to decision-making. Minister Oldwick proved to be more flexible than his formal demeanor had initially suggested. As the discussions continued, he revealed that significant factions within the International Confederation had been quietly advocating for exactly the kinds of reforms that Harry's coalition was implementing. The victory over Voldemort had provided the catalyst they needed to move beyond cautious incremental change to embrace fundamental transformation. "The Confederation would be willing to consider a partnership model," he said finally, his tone suggesting that he was speaking not just for himself, but for colleagues who had been waiting for this opportunity. Joint governance structures that combine institutional resources with grassroots innovation, international coordination that respects local autonomy, educational systems that integrate traditional knowledge with new approaches. It was exactly the kind of compromise that could work if both sides were committed to serving people rather than protecting prerogatives. Harry felt the cosmic forces he served flowing through the negotiation, not to control the outcome, but to support genuine efforts to build something better than what had existed before. As the formal discussions continued throughout the day, delegations arrived from magical communities that had been waiting for exactly this kind of transformation. Not just European wizards and witches, but representatives from every magical tradition on Earth. Indigenous shamans, whose knowledge had been dismissed by European magical authorities for centuries. African magical practitioners, whose techniques offered insights that conventional magical theory couldn't explain. Asian magical traditions that understood the relationship between individual power and cosmic balance in ways that Western magical education had never considered. Most remarkably, non-human magical beings began emerging from forests and mountains and hidden places where they had taken refuge from centuries of persecution by wizard-dominated societies. Centaurs whose astronomical knowledge had been ignored. Giants whose understanding of elemental magic had been feared and suppressed. Merfolk whose mastery of water magic had been dismissed as primitive by wizards who had never bothered to learn from them. By sunset, the grove had become host to what could only be described as the founding convention of a new magical civilization. Not a government in the traditional sense, but a network of communities that had chosen to work together according to principles of mutual respect, voluntary cooperation, and shared responsibility. Harry found himself at the center of discussions that were reshaping fundamental assumptions about power, authority, and social organization. But his role was not that of a ruler or supreme authority. Instead, he served as a facilitator, someone whose unique abilities allowed him to bridge differences and help diverse groups find common ground. "The most important thing we can establish," he said during one of the plenary sessions, "is that this alliance exists to serve its members rather than the other way around. The moment we start demanding loyalty or obedience instead of offering support and cooperation, we become just another hierarchy that will eventually need to be replaced." The agreement that emerged from these discussions was unprecedented in the history of magical governance. Instead of a single central authority, they established a network of autonomous communities linked by communication systems, mutual aid agreements, and shared commitments to principles that protected individual autonomy while promoting collective welfare. Educational systems would be redesigned to teach cooperation alongside competition, to value diverse approaches to magical development, and to help students understand magic as part of natural law, rather than as a tool for personal advancement. Governance structures would be based on voluntary association rather than coercive authority, with decisions made through consultation and consensus rather than top-down command. Most importantly, the boundary between magical and non-magical communities would be reconsidered, not eliminated entirely, which could be dangerous for everyone involved, but made more permeable and collaborative. Joint research projects, educational exchanges, and cooperative approaches to problems that affected both magical and mundane populations. As the formal sessions drew to a close and the various delegations began to depart with copies of agreements and commitments to begin implementation in their home communities, Harry remained in the grove with his closest allies and advisors. "Do you think it will work?" Hermione asked quietly, looking out at the transformed landscape around them. "Can we really build something this different and make it sustainable over time?" Harry considered the question carefully, his enhanced perception showing him possibilities that extended far into the future. The challenges were enormous, and there would certainly be setbacks and failures along the way. But the foundations they had established were solid, and the principles they were implementing had been proven through trial and application. I think we've built something that can adapt and grow instead of becoming rigid and corrupt, he replied thoughtfully. And that might be the most important difference between what we're creating and what came before. Neville nodded, his temporal sensitivity showing him timelines that stretched decades into the future. The key is that we've created systems that expect change and accommodate it rather than trying to prevent it, he said. When problems arise, and they will, we have mechanisms for addressing them that don't require overthrowing everything and starting over. Draco smiled, his connection to the spirit realm providing perspective that went beyond any single lifetime. The dead are pleased, he reported with satisfaction. They've been waiting centuries for the living to learn these lessons about cooperation and balance. Finally, they can see possibilities for magical development that don't end in corruption and conflict. As the last of the evening light faded and the grove settled into peaceful quiet, Harry found himself reflecting on the journey that had brought him to this moment. Less than 2 years ago, he had been a frightened child, trying to understand why strange things kept happening around him. Now he was a guardian of cosmic forces, someone who had helped reshape the fundamental structure of magical civilization. But the most important change was not in his abilities or his role in cosmic affairs. It was in his understanding of what power was for and how it should be used. He had learned that true strength came not from dominating others, but from serving something larger than himself. That real authority was earned through trust and cooperation rather than seized through force or manipulation. Looking around at the faces of his friends, these remarkable individuals who had chosen to stand with him when it would have been easier and safer to accept the status quo, Harry Potter felt a profound sense of gratitude and hope. They had not just defeated a dark wizard or prevented a magical catastrophe. They had proven that a better world was possible, and they had built the foundation for making that possibility real. The threshold between the old world and the new had been crossed, and there was no going back to the way things had been. The future would be built by people who understood that cooperation was stronger than competition, that diversity was a source of strength rather than weakness, and that magic was a gift to be shared rather than a weapon to be hoarded. Years later, when magical historians wrote about the transformation that had reshaped their world, they would struggle to identify the single decisive moment when everything changed. Some would point to Harry's first transformation into a Thestral, others to his confrontation with Dumbledore at Gringotts, still others to the final battle with Voldemort in the forest grove. But Harry knew that the real transformation had been gradual and collective, built through countless small acts of courage and cooperation by people who had chosen to trust each other across differences of species, culture, and even the fundamental distinction between life and death. The victory they had achieved belonged to everyone who had participated in creating it, and the future they had made possible would be shaped by everyone who chose to embrace its principles. Standing in the grove, where cosmic forces had been restored to proper balance, surrounded by friends who had become family and spirits who had chosen to remain as guides and advisors, Harry Potter looked forward to a future that remained unwritten but full of possibility. The threshold between life and death was secure, protected by a guardian who understood that his role was to serve the balance rather than control it. But more importantly, the threshold between fear and hope had been crossed, opening pathways to possibilities that previous generations had never been able to imagine. The story was ending, but the work of building a better world was just beginning. And for the first time, in longer than anyone could remember, that work was being carried out by people who understood that true magic came not from power over others, but from the willingness to serve something greater than themselves. The future belonged to everyone who chose to help create it, and Harry Potter could not have been more grateful to be part of that collective effort. The game was over. The war was won. But the real adventure of building a just and sustainable magical civilization was only just beginning. The safe house that the ministry had provided was neither particularly safe nor particularly house-like, Harry decided, as he stared out the grimy window at the London street below. It was more of a cramped flat above a second-hand bookshop, with walls thin enough that he could hear every footstep from the neighbouring apartments, and a radiator that clanked with the persistence of a determined ghost. But it was his, at least temporarily, and after 3 days of questioning by various ministry officials, Harry was grateful for any space where he could think without someone taking notes about his every expression. The questions had been endless and increasingly bizarre. Could he transform at will? Had he experienced any unusual dreams lately? Did he feel drawn to graveyards or funeral homes? Had anyone in his family ever displayed similar abilities? The last question had been particularly frustrating, given that Harry knew virtually nothing about his family beyond the bare facts that his parents had been murdered and that they had been magical. It was this gap in his knowledge that had driven him to slip out of the flat in the early hours of the morning, while his ministry minders assumed he was still sleeping. The bookshop below his temporary home had a back entrance that led to an alley, and from there it was a short walk to the British Library. Harry had discovered that his transformation, whatever else it had done to him, had awakened something in his mind that allowed him to sense magical objects and texts, even when they were hidden among mundane items. The sensation was difficult to describe. It felt rather like having a compass in his chest that pointed not north, but toward mystery. Old books called to him with whispers that spoke of secrets and knowledge deliberately concealed from ordinary eyes. Artifacts hummed with barely contained power that made his teeth ache in a way that was not entirely unpleasant. Most intriguingly, he had begun to notice that certain people carried traces of magic about them, like cologne, visible to his transformed senses even when they appeared completely ordinary to everyone else. The British Library's reading room was vast and intimidating, filled with scholars and researchers who moved with the quiet intensity of people pursuing knowledge for its own sake. Harry felt decidedly out of place among them in his ill-fitting clothes and with his unruly hair that seemed determined to stick up at odd angles regardless of his efforts to tame it. But the magical compass in his chest pulled him forward with increasing urgency, leading him through rows of carefully catalogued books toward a section that, according to the signs, should have contained agricultural texts from the medieval period. What he found instead was a collection of volumes that seemed to shimmer slightly when viewed from the corner of his eye. The books were bound in leather that looked far older than anything medieval, their spines marked with symbols that hurt to look at directly. When Harry reached for the first volume, his fingers tingled as if he had touched a low-voltage electric fence, and the book fell open to a page covered in elegant script that seemed to writhe and shift as he watched. The text was in Latin, but somehow Harry found he could read it as easily as English. The title at the top of the page made his blood run cold. Animagi Mortis, the death-touched transformations of the ancient world. According to the text, Animagus transformations into magical creatures were not impossible, merely extremely rare and almost universally catastrophic for both the individual involved and the broader magical community. The book documented exactly 7 cases throughout recorded history, and in every instance save one, the Animagus had either died during their first transformation or had been executed by magical authorities within a year of discovery. The exception had been a wizard called Herpo the Foul, whose name Harry recognized from his lessons about the dark arts. Herpo had achieved transformation into a creature the text described as a umbral serpent, a snake-like being that existed partially in the realm of the dead. The transformation had granted him knowledge of necromancy and death magic that allowed him to create the first Horcrux, splitting his soul to achieve a twisted form of immortality. Harry's hands were shaking as he turned the page to find a detailed illustration of Herpo's transformed state. The creature looked like a massive cobra, but its scales were translucent, revealing empty space where organs should have been. Its eyes were the same white as Harry remembered from his own transformation, and around its head was drawn a crown of shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source. The text went on to explain that death-touched animagi were considered among the most dangerous magical phenomena known to wizard kind. Their transformations inevitably granted them abilities that violated the natural order, allowing them to interact with forces that were meant to remain beyond mortal reach. In most cases, the power proved too much for human minds to bear, leading to madness, corruption, or both. But it was the final paragraph on the page that made Harry's blood turn to ice water in his veins. The death-touched carry within them the seed of apocalypse, for they alone possess the power to unmake the barriers between life and death. Should such a being ever master their abilities fully, they could theoretically grant immortality to the living or force the dead to return to corporeal form. The implications for the natural order are too terrible to contemplate. It is therefore recommended that death-touched animagi be destroyed immediately upon discovery, regardless of their apparent intentions or moral character. Harry slammed the book shut with enough force to draw disapproving stares from nearby researchers. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat, and for a moment the reading room seemed to spin around him like a carnival ride gone out of control, destroyed immediately upon discovery. The words echoed in his mind with the finality of a death sentence. He forced himself to breathe slowly and deeply, fighting down the panic that threatened to overwhelm him. The book was old, possibly ancient. Perhaps modern magical authorities had different policies. Perhaps the cases it described were fundamentally different from his own situation. Perhaps he was worrying about nothing. But even as he tried to reassure himself, Harry knew he was grasping at straws. The reaction of the ministry officials, the endless questions, the safe house that felt more like a prison than protection, all of it made perfect sense now. They were trying to decide whether he could be controlled or whether he needed to be eliminated for the greater good. Harry spent the next several hours working his way through the magical texts hidden throughout the library's collection. What he learned painted an increasingly grim picture of his situation and his prospects. Death magic was universally regarded as one of the most corrupting forms of power known to wizard kind. Even basic necromancy, the art of communicating with the dead, was banned in most magical societies and carried sentences ranging from life imprisonment to execution. The text spoke of death-touched individuals throughout history who had started with good intentions but had inevitably been corrupted by their proximity to forces beyond mortal understanding. There was Morgana Le Fay, who had gained the ability to speak with the spirits of the dead and had used that knowledge to attempt to overthrow the natural succession of kings. There was Qadir al-Mauta, a medieval Arabian wizard who had learned to command the recently deceased and had used an army of corpses to conquer half the known magical world before being stopped by a coalition of 12 different magical governments. In every case, the pattern was the same. The death-touched would begin by using their abilities to help people to solve problems that conventional magic could not address. But the constant exposure to death and the other world would gradually erode their humanity, leaving behind something that looked human, but thought like a force of nature. They would begin to see living beings as temporary inconveniences, obstacles to be managed rather than people to be protected. It was while reading about a 17th-century witch called Morrigan the Grey that Harry found the first reference to Thestrals specifically. According to the text, Morrigan had achieved partial transformation into a Thestral during a plague that had swept through her village. Like Harry, she had been trying to help people, using her ability to see and communicate with the spirits of the recently dead to provide comfort to grieving families. But the transformation had changed her in ways that went beyond the physical. She had begun to see death not as an ending to be mourned, but as a transition to be facilitated. When the plague began to subside naturally, she had used her abilities to ensure that it continued spreading, reasoning that she was simply helping people move on to whatever came next, rather than forcing them to cling to their mortal existence. It had taken a coordinated effort by 3 different ministries of magic to stop her, and even then the cost had been enormous. Morrigan herself had been impossible to kill by conventional means, as her connection to death made her effectively immortal as long as people continued to die anywhere in the world. In the end, they had been forced to bind her in an eternal sleep and bury her alive in a location that was kept secret to this day. Harry closed the book and sat back in his chair, feeling as if the weight of the entire library was pressing down on his shoulders. Every piece of information he uncovered made his situation look worse. He was not just unusual or powerful. He was fundamentally dangerous in ways that most people could not even comprehend. The fact that he was still alive suggested that the current magical authorities were either more merciful than their historical counterparts, or that they were still trying to determine whether he could be controlled rather than destroyed. It was then that Harry noticed the elderly woman sitting at the table across from him. She was small and bird-like, with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun and spectacles that magnified her pale blue eyes to nearly comical proportions. She had been there when he arrived, bent over what appeared to be a collection of genealogical records, but something about her posture suggested that she had been watching him as closely as she had been reading her own materials. When their eyes met, she smiled and rose from her chair with the careful movements of someone whose bones had been protesting such activities for several decades. "Fascinating reading?" she asked, her voice carrying the crisp consonants of upper-class education and the warmth of genuine curiosity. Harry glanced down at the books he had been studying, suddenly aware that their magical nature might be visible to someone who knew what to look for. "Research for a school project," he said carefully. The woman's smile widened, and Harry had the uncomfortable feeling that she could see right through his deception. "Indeed. And what school, pray tell, assigns projects on medieval necromancy and death-touched animagy to children who appear to be no more than 11 years old?" Harry's mouth went dry. There was no point in continuing the pretense when she had clearly observed enough to know exactly what he had been reading. "You can see them too," he said quietly. "Oh, my dear boy, I can see far more than that." The woman settled into the chair beside him with the familiarity of someone accustomed to being invited into conversations. "I can see the magical resonance around you, the way death magic clings to your aura like morning mist. I can see the fear in your eyes and the knowledge that you have discovered something that you wish you could unknown." She leaned closer, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Most importantly, I can see that you are not reading about death magic out of curiosity or academic interest. You are reading about it because you have no choice, because it is part of who you are now, whether you wished for it or not." Harry stared at her, torn between relief at finding someone who understood and terror that his secret was apparently not as well hidden as he had hoped. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Bathilda Bagshot," she replied, and Harry felt a flicker of recognition. The name was familiar, though he could not immediately place where he had heard it. "I am a historian, specializing in the intersection of magic and mythology. I am also, as it happens, a friend of your family, though we haven't been properly introduced until now." She reached into her handbag and withdrew a small, leather-bound journal that seemed to hum with the same magical resonance as the books Harry had been reading. "This belonged to your mother, Harry Potter, Lily Evans Potter, who was far more than the talented witch most people remember her as. She was a researcher, like yourself, driven to understand the deep magic that flows beneath the surface of our world." Harry's hands were trembling as he accepted the journal. The leather was soft with age, and when he opened it, he could see his mother's handwriting filling page after page with notes, diagrams, and observations that went far beyond anything he had encountered in his official magical education. The first entry was dated just after his parents' marriage, and it began with words that made Harry's chest tight with emotion. "Today James asked me why I spend so much time researching the dark arts, when we both know I have no intention of practicing them. I tried to explain that understanding darkness is not the same as embracing it, that knowledge itself is neither good nor evil. But I think the real truth is more complicated than that. I think I am afraid of what I might become if I do not understand what I am. Harry looked up at Bathilda, who was watching him with a mixture of sadness and anticipation. "What was she?" he asked. "Your mother was what magical theorists call a threshold guardian, someone born with the ability to perceive and interact with the boundaries between different states of existence, life and death, reality and dream, past and future. She was not death-touched in the same way that you are, but she understood the forces that you are now grappling with better than anyone else of her generation." Bathilda turned to a page near the middle of the journal, where Lily's handwriting had become more urgent and less carefully formed. "Read this entry," she said. "It was written just after you were born." Harry read his mother's words with a growing sense of awe and terror. Something has awakened in Harry. James thinks I am imagining things, but I can see it clearly. There is a connection between him and the other world that goes beyond anything I have ever encountered. It is as if death itself has marked him, not for destruction, but for guardianship. I fear what this might mean for his future, but I also suspect that it might be exactly what our world needs. The prophecy speaks of a child who will have power the Dark Lord knows not. I believe that power is not something Harry will learn or develop, but something he already carries within him, the ability to stand at the crossroads between life and death, and choose which souls may pass and which must remain. If I am right, then Voldemort's attempt to kill him will not succeed in the way the Dark Lord expects. Death cannot claim someone who serves as its guardian, but neither can such a person live a normal human life. Harry will have choices to make that no child should have to face, and I pray that when the time comes, he will have the wisdom and strength to choose correctly. Harry closed the journal and looked at Bathilda with eyes that felt too old for his face. "She knew," he said. "She knew what I would become." "She suspected," Bathilda corrected gently. "Your mother was brilliant, but even she could not have predicted the exact form your abilities would take. The transformation into a Thestral is unprecedented. But the underlying nature, the connection to death and the other world, that she recognized and documented extensively." She reached across the table and covered his hand with her own, her skin warm despite her apparent age. "The question now, Harry, is what you intend to do with this knowledge. The books you have been reading tonight paint a rather dire picture of death-touched individuals throughout history. But they tell only part of the story. They focus on those who were corrupted by their abilities, who used their power for selfish ends, or who allowed the other world to overwhelm their humanity." Her grip on his hand tightened slightly. They do not tell the stories of those who learned to balance their nature with their humanity, who used their abilities to protect rather than to control. Such individuals are rare, but they have existed throughout history, working quietly to maintain the balance between life and death without drawing attention to themselves. Harry felt a flicker of hope for the first time since his transformation. "Are there others? Other people like me?" "Not exactly like you," Bathilda admitted. "Your specific combination of abilities appears to be unique. But there are others who walk the threshold between worlds, others who understand the weight of serving as guardians of forces beyond normal human comprehension. The question is whether you wish to find them." She leaned back in her chair, studying him with eyes that seemed far older and more knowing than any human eyes should be. "But first, you must decide what kind of person you wish to become. The ministry officials who have been questioning you are not entirely wrong to be concerned. Your abilities could indeed be used to cause tremendous harm if you were so inclined. The power to command death is the power to reshape the very foundations of existence. Harry thought of the books he had read, the stories of death-touched individuals who had started with good intentions, but had gradually lost their humanity to the cosmic forces they wielded. He thought of his mother's words about standing at crossroads and choosing which souls could pass. Most of all, he thought of Mrs. Pemberton, lying in the street, with her empty eyes reflecting the grey November sky. "I don't want to hurt anyone," he said quietly. "Wanting to avoid harm is an excellent beginning," Bathilda replied, "but it is not sufficient on its own. You will need to understand your abilities completely if you hope to control them, rather than being controlled by them. You will need allies who can help you navigate the political and social complexities of being something that most people fear by instinct. And you will need to be prepared for the possibility that there are forces already moving against you. Forces that would prefer to eliminate the threat you represent, rather than risk allowing you to develop your full potential." As if summoned by her words, Harry became aware of a commotion near the library's main entrance. Voices were raised in what sounded like an argument, though he could not make out the specific words from this distance. But something about the tone, urgent and commanding, made the magical compass in his chest spin wildly. Bathilda rose from her chair with sudden urgency, her expression shifting from kindly grandmother to something far more dangerous. "We need to leave," she said quietly. "Now. What's wrong?" "The people who just entered the library are not here for academic research," she replied, gathering her belongings with practiced efficiency. "They are here for you, and I suspect they do not intend to simply ask more questions." Harry stuffed his mother's journal into his jacket and followed Bathilda toward a side exit he had not noticed before. As they moved through the stacks, he caught glimpses of dark-robed figures moving with purpose through the reading room, their heads turning back and forth as if following some kind of trail. "How did they find me?" he whispered. "Magic leaves traces," Bathilda replied without slowing her pace. "Your abilities are powerful enough to be detected across significant distances, especially by those who know what to look for. The question is not how they found you, but what they intend to do now that they have." They reached the side exit, just as Harry heard the distinctive pop of apparition from somewhere behind them. More people were arriving, and the urgency in the air was becoming almost tangible. "Where are we going?" Harry asked, as Bathilda led him into an alley behind the library. "Somewhere safer than here," she replied, taking his hand in a grip that was stronger than her appearance suggested. "Hold tight, my dear boy. We are going to pay a visit to some people who have been very interested in meeting you." The world dissolved into spinning colours and crushing pressure as they apparated away from London, leaving behind the library and the dark-robed figures who had come hunting for a boy who was rapidly discovering that his transformation was only the beginning of a much larger and more dangerous story. As they materialized in what appeared to be a moonlit forest clearing, Harry caught his last glimpse of the London skyline and wondered if he would ever be able to return to the simple life of research and discovery he had been building for himself. The answer, he suspected, was no. Too many people now knew what he was, and too many of them saw him as either a weapon to be controlled or a threat to be eliminated. But perhaps, with allies like Bathilda and access to his mother's research, he could find a third option. Perhaps he could become exactly what his mother had envisioned, not a destroyer or a tool, but a true guardian of the threshold between worlds, protecting the balance that kept both life and death in their proper places. The forest around them was filled with shadows that moved independently of the trees that cast them, and in the distance Harry could hear the sound of wings beating against the night air. Wherever Bathilda had brought him, it was a place where the boundaries between the ordinary world and the other world were thin enough to step across. It was exactly the kind of place where someone like Harry might learn to master abilities that had never been mastered before. The forest clearing where they materialized was unlike anything Harry had ever seen, even in his dreams. Ancient oaks towered overhead, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral that filtered the moonlight into silver ribbons that danced across the moss-covered ground. But it was not the beauty of the place that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. It was the presence of the creatures that dwelt within it. Thestrals moved through the shadows like living embodiments of night itself, their skeletal forms seeming to materialize and fade with each step they took. There were dozens of them, perhaps more, and they watched Harry's arrival with white eyes that held an intelligence far beyond anything he had expected from mere magical creatures. When the largest of them, a magnificent stallion whose wings spanned nearly 20 feet, approached him with deliberate steps, Harry felt something stir within his chest that was part recognition and part homecoming. The stallion lowered his great head until it was level with Harry's face, and when their eyes met, Harry heard a voice that spoke not in words, but in concepts that formed directly in his mind. "Welcome, young guardian. We have been waiting for you to find your way home." Harry reached out with trembling fingers to touch the Thestral's neck, and the moment his skin made contact with the creature's hide, the world exploded into sensation. He could suddenly perceive the forest as the Thestrals did, could see the streams of life energy that flowed between every living thing and the darker currents that marked where death had touched the world. More than that, he could sense the presence of every soul that had ever passed through this place, layers upon layers of existence, stretching back through centuries of life and death and rebirth. "Extraordinary," breathed a voice from behind him, and Harry turned to see that they were no longer alone in the clearing. A tall man had emerged from between the trees, his long silver hair and beard gleaming in the moonlight. Even before Batilda spoke his name, Harry knew who this was. The piercing blue eyes, the sense of contained power, the way the very air seemed to bend around him as he moved. "Albus Dumbledore," Batilda said, with a tone that carried decades of complicated history. "I wondered when you would arrive." Dumbledore stepped into the clearing with the measured pace of someone who was accustomed to making grand entrances, his robes sweeping behind him like ceremonial banners. But Harry noticed that the headmaster's eyes never left him, studying him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice carried the warm, grandfather-like tone that Harry remembered from their brief meetings. But underneath the kindness was something else, something calculating and cold. "I have been searching for you. The Ministry is quite concerned about your disappearance from the safe house." "Are they concerned about my disappearance?" Harry asked, surprised by how steady his own voice sounded. "Or are they concerned about losing track of a potential threat?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, and Harry caught a flicker of something that might have been surprise crossing the older man's features. "You have been reading, I see. Learning about your condition and its historical precedents." It was not a question, and Harry did not treat it as one. "I've learned that every person in history who has had abilities like mine has either gone mad, turned evil, or been executed by people who were afraid of what they might become. I've also learned that my mother suspected this might happen, and that she left behind research that might help me understand what I'm dealing with." Harry held up Lily's journal, and he watched Dumbledore's eyes fix on it with an intensity that bordered on hunger. "Ah, yes. Lily's research. She was a remarkable witch, your mother. Brilliant, curious, always pushing the boundaries of what was considered safe or appropriate. It was one of her most admirable qualities, and also one of her most dangerous ones." The way Dumbledore said it made it sound like a criticism rather than a compliment, and Harry felt a flare of anger in his chest. Dangerous how? Because she wanted to understand magic instead of just accepting what other people told her was true? Dangerous because knowledge without wisdom is one of the most destructive forces in our world, Dumbledore replied, stepping closer. Your mother delved into areas of magic that were forbidden for very good reasons. Her research into death magic and threshold guardianship, fascinating though it may have been, contributed directly to the circumstances that led to her death. Harry stared at the headmaster, feeling as if the ground had shifted beneath his feet. "What do you mean?" "I mean that your mother's research attracted the attention of Tom Riddle, the wizard who would become Voldemort. Her work on the boundaries between life and death, her theories about threshold guardians and death-touched individuals, these were precisely the areas of magic that he was most interested in exploring. When he learned that she was pregnant, and that her research suggested the child might inherit her unique abilities, he became obsessed with either controlling that child or destroying it." Dumbledore's voice took on the patient tone of a teacher explaining a particularly difficult concept to a struggling student. "The prophecy that speaks of you as the one with power, the Dark Lord knows not, was never about love or sacrifice or any of the noble sentiments that people prefer to believe in. It was about your potential to become exactly what you are now becoming, a being capable of commanding the forces of life and death themselves." Harry felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. Everything he thought he knew about his parents' death, about the prophecy, about his role in the wizarding world, was suddenly called into question. "You're saying that my parents died because of what I might become." "I am saying that your parents died because Tom Riddle feared what you might become and wanted to eliminate that threat before it could fully develop. Unfortunately, his attempt to kill you instead triggered the very transformation he sought to prevent." The Thestral stallion beside Harry snorted and stamped his hooves, and Harry could sense the creature's agitation through their connection. The other Thestrals in the clearing had grown restless as well, their white eyes fixed on Dumbledore with what looked distinctly like hostility. "The creatures do not care for me," Dumbledore observed with mild amusement. "They can sense my intentions toward you, and they find them disagreeable." "What intentions?" Harry asked, though he was beginning to suspect he already knew the answer. "The same intentions I have harbored since the night your parents died, Harry. To ensure that you never become the threat that Tom Riddle feared you would be." Dumbledore raised his hand, and Harry saw that he was holding a wand that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The wood was black as midnight, and along its length were carved symbols that hurt to look at directly. "You cannot be allowed to develop your abilities to their full potential. The risk to our world is simply too great. But you are also too valuable to simply destroy. Your connection to Tom Riddle, your role in the prophecy, these things make you essential to our eventual victory over him." The headmaster's voice remained calm and reasonable, as if he were discussing the weather rather than Harry's fundamental right to exist. "So, I propose a compromise. A binding that will suppress your death-touched abilities while leaving your other magical talents intact. You will be able to live a relatively normal life, attend Hogwarts, form friendships, even fall in love and have a family someday. But you will never again transform into a Thestral, and you will never develop the ability to command death itself." Harry stared at Dumbledore in shock. The man was talking about magically crippling him, as if it were a kindness, as if stripping away a fundamental part of his nature was somehow doing him a favor. "And if I refuse? Then I will be forced to take more drastic measures. The Wizengamot has already voted to authorize my actions in this matter. The choice, such as it is yours." But even as Dumbledore spoke, Harry could feel the magical compass in his chest spinning wildly. Something was wrong with this entire scenario, something that went beyond the obvious wrongness of someone trying to magically lobotomize him for his own good. "You're afraid," Harry said suddenly, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. "You're not doing this to protect the wizarding world. You're doing this because you're afraid of what I might do to your plans." Dumbledore's composure slipped for just a moment, and Harry caught a glimpse of something cold and calculating behind the grandfatherly facade. "My plans? Your plans for defeating Voldemort. You've spent years putting pieces in place, arranging things so that everything happens exactly the way you want it to happen. But my abilities throw off all your careful calculations, don't they? If I can't be killed by normal means, If I have power over death itself, then your whole strategy falls apart." Harry took a step closer to Dumbledore, and he was gratified to see the older man take a corresponding step backward. "That's why you want to bind my abilities. Not to protect anyone, but to make sure I remain controllable. To make sure I can still play whatever role you've assigned me in your grand plan." "You are 11 years old," Dumbledore said sharply, his mask of kindness finally slipping entirely. "You have no idea what you are talking about, and you have no concept of the larger forces at work in our world. I have spent decades fighting dark wizards and protecting innocent people. I will not be lectured by a child who has had these abilities for less than a week." The insult hit its mark, and Harry felt his temper flare in response. But this time, when his anger peaked, something else happened as well. The magical compass in his chest stopped spinning and locked onto a direction that pointed directly at Dumbledore. And suddenly, Harry could see the older man as the Thestrals did. What he saw made his blood run cold. Dumbledore was not alive in the way that other people were alive. Oh, he was breathing and his heart was beating, and he could move and speak and cast magic. But there was something fundamentally wrong with his life force. It was fractured, split into pieces that existed in different states of being. Part of him was anchored to the world of the living, but other parts were drifting in the spaces between life and death, held together by will and magic rather than any natural force. "You're dying," Harry whispered, the words escaping him before he could stop them. Dumbledore went very still, and for a moment the only sounds in the clearing were the whisper of wind through leaves and the soft snorts of the restless Thestrals. "I am very old, Harry. Death comes to all of us eventually." "No," Harry said, his newfound sight allowing him to see deeper into the pattern of Dumbledore's fractured existence. "You're not just old. Something has happened to you, something that has split your soul. You're holding yourself together through sheer force of will, but the bonds are weakening. You might have months left, maybe a year at most." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the Thestrals had stopped moving, as if they were waiting to see how Dumbledore would respond to having his deepest secret revealed by an 11-year-old boy. When the headmaster finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "How do you know that?" "I can see it. I can see the places where your soul has been damaged, the way you're using magic to hold the pieces together. Whatever you did to yourself, it's killing you slowly." Harry paused, studying the patterns of light and shadow that made up Dumbledore's fractured life force. "It has something to do with Grindelwald, doesn't it? Something that happened during your fight with him." Dumbledore closed his eyes, and for a moment he looked every one of his many years. "You cannot possibly understand the choices I have had to make, the sacrifices that have been required to keep our world safe from those who would destroy it." "Maybe not," Harry admitted. "But I understand that you're trying to bind my abilities not to protect anyone, but because you're running out of time to implement whatever plan you've been working on for decades. You need me to be controllable and predictable, and my death-touched abilities make me neither of those things." Harry held up his mother's journal again. "My mother wrote about this. She said that the prophecy about me having power you know not wasn't about love or sacrifice. It was about my ability to stand at the threshold between life and death and choose which souls may pass. She also wrote that such a power could not be controlled or directed by anyone other than the person who possessed it." Dumbledore opened his eyes, and the look he gave Harry was one of grudging respect mixed with genuine fear. "Your mother was too clever for her own good, and it appears that you have inherited more than just her magical abilities." The headmaster raised his wand, and Harry felt the air in the clearing grow thick with magical energy. But before Dumbledore could cast whatever spell he had in mind, the Thestral stallion stepped directly between them, his wings spread wide and his white eyes blazing with protective fury. The stallion's mental voice filled Harry's mind with the force of a thunderclap. The binding will not work on you, young guardian. You have already passed through death and emerged transformed. The magic he seeks to use requires a soul that is fully anchored to the world of the living, but yours exists partially in our realm as well. His spell will accomplish nothing except to reveal the extent of his desperation. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who had not lowered his wand, but had also not yet attempted to cast his binding spell. "It won't work, will it?" Harry asked. "The binding you want to place on me. My connection to death makes me immune to that kind of control." Dumbledore's face cycled through several expressions before settling on something that looked like resignation mixed with calculation. "Perhaps, but there are other methods of ensuring compliance. The Ministry has ways of dealing with dangerous magical creatures that do not require their cooperation." The threat was clear, and Harry felt his anger spike again. But this time, instead of just feeling the emotion, he allowed it to flow through his connection to the Thestrals around them. The result was immediate and dramatic. Every Thestral in the clearing suddenly materialized fully, their skeletal forms becoming solid and visible even to normal sight. Their eyes blazed with white fire, and the sound of their combined breathing was like wind through a vast underground cavern. The stallion beside Harry reared up on his hind legs, his hooves striking the air inches from Dumbledore's face. "You will not threaten the Guardian," the stallion said, and this time his voice was audible to everyone present. "He is under our protection now, and we do not give up our own to those who would use them as tools." Dumbledore stumbled backward, his composure finally cracking entirely. This is not possible. Thestrals cannot speak. They cannot become visible at will, and they certainly cannot coordinate defensive actions to this degree. They can when they're connected to someone who serves as a bridge between their realm and ours, Bathilda said calmly. She had remained silent throughout the confrontation, but now she stepped forward with the confidence of someone who held cards that had not yet been revealed. "Harry is not just death-touched, Albus. He is what your old books would call a death speaker, someone who can serve as a translator between the world of the living and the world of the dead." She gestured to the assembled Thestrals, who had arranged themselves in a protective circle around Harry. "These creatures have been waiting for centuries for someone like him to emerge, someone who could give voice to their wisdom, who could help maintain the balance between life and death that keeps both realms stable. They will not allow him to be bound or controlled, and they are far more powerful than most people realize." Dumbledore looked around the clearing, taking in the sight of dozens of Thestrals who were very clearly prepared to defend Harry with their lives, if necessary. "This changes nothing," he said, but Harry could hear the uncertainty in his voice. The boy is still too dangerous to be allowed to develop his abilities without supervision. If he will not accept binding willingly, then other measures must be taken. "What other measures?" Harry asked, though he was beginning to suspect he already knew. "Hogwarts. You will attend school there, where you can be monitored and guided. Your abilities will be studied and understood, and you will be taught to use them responsibly. It is not the binding I would have preferred, but it will have to suffice." Harry stared at Dumbledore, trying to process what he was hearing. "You're offering to let me attend Hogwarts?" "I am informing you that you will be attending Hogwarts. The alternative is a cell in Azkaban, while the Wizengamot debates what to do with you, and I suspect you would find that considerably less agreeable." The headmaster lowered his wand, but his expression remained coldly determined. "You will come to school. You will submit to regular evaluations of your mental state and magical development. You will not use your death-touched abilities, except under direct supervision. And you will remember that your freedom exists entirely at my discretion." Harry felt the Thestral Stallion's presence in his mind, offering support and strength, reminding him that he was not as powerless as Dumbledore wanted him to believe. "And if I refuse? If I decide to leave Britain entirely, find somewhere else to learn to control my abilities? Then you will discover that there is nowhere in the magical world that is beyond the reach of those who consider you a threat. Your abilities make you valuable, Harry, but they also make you a target. At Hogwarts, you will at least have some measure of protection." Harry looked around the clearing, taking in the sight of the Thestrals who had pledged to protect him, thinking about his mother's journal and the knowledge it contained, considering the options that lay before him. On one hand, Dumbledore was clearly manipulating him, trying to force him into a situation where his abilities could be monitored and controlled. On the other hand, attending Hogwarts would give him access to resources and knowledge that he could not obtain anywhere else. It would also allow him to observe Dumbledore closely, to learn more about the headmaster's plans and the ways in which Harry's abilities might disrupt them. Most importantly, it would give him time. Time to grow stronger. Time to learn more about his nature and his heritage. Time to build alliances and prepare for whatever was coming next. "I'll attend Hogwarts," Harry said finally. "But not as your prisoner or your puppet. I'll go as a student, with all the rights and protections that entails. And I'll use my abilities as I see fit, not as you direct." Dumbledore smiled, but it was not a warm or reassuring expression. "We shall see, Harry. We shall see." As the headmaster prepared to leave, Harry felt the Thestral Stallion's mental voice one more time. "You have chosen wisely, young guardian. The school will provide opportunities to learn and grow that you cannot find elsewhere. But remember that the one who calls himself headmaster is not your ally. He sees you as a problem to be managed, not a person to be protected. Trust in your connection to us. Trust in the knowledge your mother left for you, and trust in your own instincts. They will serve you better than any guidance he might offer." After Dumbledore had disapparated, leaving behind only the faint scent of lemon drops and the memory of his cold smile, Harry remained in the clearing with Bathilda and the Thestrals. The creatures gradually faded back into their normal, semi-transparent state, but their presence remained strong in Harry's mind. "Well," Bathilda said with dry amusement, "that was enlightening. I had suspected that Albus was not quite what he appeared to be, but seeing his true nature laid bare was quite educational. You could see it too, the way his soul is fractured? Once you pointed it out, yes. Death-touched individuals often develop the ability to see the true state of a person's life force, but it usually takes years of training to achieve that level of perception. The fact that you could see through his deception so quickly suggests that your abilities are developing far more rapidly than anyone expected." She moved to stand beside him, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. "The question now is what you intend to do with this knowledge. Albus Dumbledore is not a man who accepts defeat gracefully, and you have just demonstrated that you are capable of seeing through the careful facade he has spent decades constructing. He will not forget that, and he will not forgive it." Harry thought about the headmaster's parting words, about the promise of Hogwarts and the threat that lay underneath it. "He wants me to attend school so he can keep an eye on me. But that works both ways, doesn't it? If I'm at Hogwarts, I can keep an eye on him as well." "Indeed. And you will have access to the school's library, which contains texts and knowledge that you cannot find anywhere else. You will also have the opportunity to observe the other students, to identify potential allies and enemies before the larger conflict begins." "What larger conflict?" Bathilda smiled, and for the first time since they had met, Harry caught a glimpse of something ancient and knowing in her expression. "The conflict that has been building since the day Tom Riddle decided that death was something to be conquered rather than accepted. The conflict between those who would use magic to dominate the natural order and those who understand that some forces are meant to be respected rather than controlled." She gestured to the Thestrals around them, who were listening to every word with obvious intelligence. "You have been chosen by forces that are older and more powerful than any wizard, Harry Potter. Whether you wanted that responsibility or not, it is now yours. The question is what kind of guardian you will choose to become." As they prepared to leave the forest, Harry took one last look around the clearing that had become his sanctuary. The Thestrals were already beginning to fade back into the shadows, but their presence remained strong in his mind. He could feel their support, their protection, and their expectation that he would prove worthy of the power that had been entrusted to him. Tomorrow he would return to the Ministry safehouse and pretend to submit to their authority. In a few months he would board the Hogwarts Express and begin his magical education under the watchful eye of a headmaster who saw him as a threat to be contained. But tonight he had learned that he was not alone, that there were forces in the world that understood his true nature and were willing to protect him while he learned to protect himself. The game was just beginning, and Harry Potter was no longer content to be anyone's pawn. The Hogwarts Express released its familiar whistle as it pulled away from platform 9 3/4, but for Harry Potter, nothing about this journey felt familiar at all. He pressed his face against the cool glass of the compartment window, watching London's sprawling suburbs give way to rolling countryside, and tried to reconcile the excited chatter of his fellow first years with the weight of knowledge that sat heavy in his chest like a stone. 3 months had passed since his confrontation with Dumbledore in the Thestral clearing, 3 months of careful pretense and strategic submission while he learned to navigate the complex political waters of the wizarding world. The Ministry officials had been cautiously optimistic about his apparent compliance, his willingness to attend regular check-ins and submit to magical monitoring. What they did not know was that the Thestrals had taught him how to shield his mind and magical signature, how to appear docile while maintaining perfect awareness of everything happening around him. The compartment door slid open with a soft thud, interrupting his thoughts. A round-faced boy with worried eyes peered in, clutching a struggling toad against his chest. "Sorry," the boy said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Have you seen a toad? Mine's called Trevor, and he keeps getting away from me." Harry studied the newcomer with interest. The magical compass in his chest was spinning gently, detecting something unusual about the boy's magical signature. It was stronger than it appeared on the surface, but heavily suppressed, as if someone had placed binding spells on him to keep his power contained. "No toad in here," Harry replied, scooting over to make room on the bench. "I'm Harry. Harry Potter." The boy's eyes widened comically. "You're really him? The Harry Potter? I've read about you in the papers. They say you did impossible magic when you were just a baby." "Something like that," Harry said carefully. "What's your name?" "Neville Longbottom," the boy said, settling into the seat across from him, with obvious relief at being invited to stay. "My gran says I should be honored to meet you. Says you're the most important wizard of our generation." Harry felt a twist of discomfort at the reverence in Neville's voice. "I'm just a student like everyone else. What do you know about impossible magic?" Neville's face fell slightly. "Not much, I'm afraid. My family thinks I'm practically a squib. My magic only seems to work when I'm really upset or scared, and even then it usually goes wrong." The suppression in Neville's magical signature made sudden sense. Harry had read about deliberate magical binding in some of his mother's more advanced texts, ways of constraining a person's power to keep it from manifesting fully. It was usually done to protect young children from accidentally harming themselves or others, but in Neville's case, it felt like something more permanent and more sinister. "Maybe your magic doesn't go wrong," Harry suggested carefully. "Maybe it just works differently than what people expect." Before Neville could respond, the compartment door slid open again, this time revealing a girl with impossibly bushy brown hair and bright, intelligent eyes. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, and she carried herself with the confidence of someone who had read every relevant book at least twice. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one," she announced, then noticed Neville himself sitting across from Harry. "Oh, there you are. I'm Hermione Granger. I've been looking everywhere for Trevor." She settled into the compartment without waiting for an invitation, her eyes immediately fixing on Harry with the intensity of someone trying to solve a particularly complex puzzle. "You're Harry Potter," she said matter-of-factly. "I've read about you, of course. Hogwarts. A history mentions the unusual circumstances of your survival, though it doesn't go into much detail about the theoretical implications." Harry found himself smiling despite his caution. "Theoretical implications? Well, the killing curse is supposed to be unblockable and unsurvivable. The fact that you lived through it suggests either that the curse was improperly cast, which seems unlikely given Voldemort's reputation, or that something unprecedented occurred during the attempt on your life." Hermione leaned forward, her academic curiosity overriding any social awkwardness. "I've been wondering if it might have been some form of sacrificial protection, but the magic involved would have to be extraordinarily complex. Most protective charms fade after a few hours or days at most. To create something that could deflect the killing curse would require—" She paused, noticing the way both Harry and Neville were staring at her. "Sorry. I tend to go on a bit when I find something interesting. Most people think I'm insufferable." "I think you're brilliant," Harry said honestly. "How much do you know about magical theory beyond what's in the standard texts?" Hermione's eyes lit up. "Oh, loads. I've been reading everything I can get my hands on since I got my Hogwarts letter. My parents are dentists, so they don't know anything about magic, but I wanted to be as prepared as possible." Harry made a decision that he hoped he would not regret. "Would you like to see something that isn't in any of the standard texts?" He pulled out his mother's journal, which he had been carrying with him constantly since Bathilda had given it to him. Hermione's eyes widened as she recognized the magical resonance coming from the aged leather binding. "That's a genuine magical artifact," she breathed. "Where did you get it?" "It belonged to my mother. She was researching some very advanced magical theory before she died." Harry opened the journal to one of the pages that dealt with threshold guardianship, watching Hermione's expression change from curiosity to amazement to something approaching awe as she read Lily's careful notes and diagrams. "This is incredible," she whispered. "Your mother was working on theoretical frameworks that most magical scholars wouldn't even attempt. Look at this analysis of the relationship between different planes of existence." She pointed to a particularly complex diagram that showed overlapping circles representing the world of the living, the world of the dead, and several intermediate states that Lily had labeled as transition zones. "If this is accurate, it suggests that consciousness can exist in multiple states simultaneously. That death isn't really an ending so much as a change in the nature of existence." Neville leaned closer, his usual nervousness replaced by genuine fascination. "Is that why some people can see ghosts and others can't?" "Partly," Harry said, impressed by the insight. "But it goes deeper than that. According to my mother's research, there are people who can serve as bridges between different states of existence. People who can perceive and interact with multiple planes of reality at the same time." Hermione looked up from the journal, her eyes sharp with understanding. "People like you." It was not a question, and Harry felt a moment of vertigo as he realized how much his new friend had intuited from the limited information he had shared. "What makes you think that?" "The way you survived the killing curse, for one thing. If you existed partially outside the normal boundaries of life and death, that might explain how the curse failed to affect you properly." Hermione paused, her analytical mind clearly working through possibilities. "Also, you keep looking at things that aren't there. Your eyes track movement in empty air, and sometimes you react to sounds that no one else can hear. Either you're experiencing some form of magical hallucination, which seems unlikely given your apparent mental stability, or you're perceiving things that exist on a different plane of reality." Harry stared at her in amazement. In less than an hour of conversation, Hermione had come closer to understanding his true nature than ministry officials had managed in months of questioning. "You're going to be a very dangerous student," he said with genuine admiration. "I certainly hope so," Hermione replied with a grin that was distinctly unacademic. Dangerous is so much more interesting than safe. The conversation was interrupted by a commotion from the corridor outside their compartment. Raised voices, the sound of something being knocked over, and then a familiar drawling tone that made Harry's magical compass spin with warning. The door slid open without ceremony, revealing a pale boy with slicked-back platinum hair and cold grey eyes. He was flanked by two larger boys who looked like they enjoyed breaking things for fun. "So it's true, then," the pale boy said, his gaze fixing on Harry with predatory interest. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. I'm Draco Malfoy." He stepped into the compartment without invitation, his companions blocking the doorway behind him. "These are Crabbe and Goyle. We heard you were on the train and wanted to introduce ourselves. After all, it's important for someone in your position to choose the right sort of friends." Harry felt his magical senses extend automatically, reading the auras of the three newcomers. What he found was disturbing in entirely unexpected ways. Crabbe and Goyle were exactly what they appeared to be: magical muscle with limited intelligence and unlimited willingness to follow orders. But Draco Malfoy was something else, entirely. His magical signature was complex and layered, showing signs of both natural talent and deliberate training in arts that were definitely not taught in standard magical education. More troubling was the shadow that seemed to cling to him, a darkness that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the hooded figure he had seen in Little Whinging the day of his transformation. It was not evil exactly, but it was connected to forces that operated outside the normal boundaries of life and death. "What sort of friends would those be?" Harry asked carefully. "Pure blood friends. Families with proper magical heritage and political connections. People who understand how the wizarding world really works." Draco's eyes flicked dismissively over Hermione and Neville. "Not mudbloods who don't know their place, and certainly not blood traitors who've forgotten the value of their own heritage." The casual cruelty in his voice made Harry's temper spike, but before he could respond, something unexpected happened. Neville stood up, his round face flushed with anger, and his suppressed magic suddenly flared to life around him. "Don't use that word," Neville said quietly, and his voice carried a weight of power that made the air in the compartment thick and heavy. "Don't ever use that word around me." Draco took an involuntary step backward, his eyes widening as he felt the force of Neville's awakening magic. Crabbe and Goyle looked around nervously, clearly sensing that something dangerous was happening, but lacking the intelligence to understand what. Harry watched in fascination as the magical bindings that had been suppressing Neville's power began to crack and fray under the pressure of his emotional response. This was what his grandmother and the other adults in his life had been afraid of, Harry realized. Not that Neville was weak, but that he was incredibly strong and potentially uncontrollable when properly motivated. "Neville," Harry said softly, placing a hand on his new friend's shoulder. "It's all right. He's not worth it." The touch seemed to ground Neville, and his magic gradually subsided back to its previous, suppressed levels. But the damage was done. Everyone in the compartment had felt the power that lurked beneath his quiet exterior, and Harry could see the wheels turning behind Draco's grey eyes as he reassessed the social dynamics he thought he understood. "Interesting," Draco murmured, looking at Neville with new respect and no small amount of wariness. "Perhaps there's more to you than meets the eye, Longbottom." His attention turned back to Harry, and this time his expression was calculating rather than dismissive. "And you, Potter, you've been very quiet during all of this. Most people would have hexed me by now for insulting their friends." "Most people don't have anything more dangerous than hexes at their disposal," Harry replied evenly. Something flickered in Draco's expression, a recognition that suggested he understood far more about Harry's true nature than he should have. "No," he said quietly. "I suppose they don't." The tension in the compartment was broken by the arrival of the trolley witch, whose cheerful call of sweets and treats seemed absurdly normal after the magical confrontation they had just witnessed. Draco stepped aside to let her pass, then fixed Harry with a look that was part invitation and part challenge. "We should talk later, Potter. Privately. I think we might have more in common than you realize." After he and his companions left, Hermione turned to Harry with wide eyes. "What just happened there?" "That boy knew something about you, something specific." Harry was wondering the same thing. Draco's recognition, the shadow that clung to him, the casual way he had dismissed the magical display that had left Crabbe and Goyle shaking, all of it suggested connections and knowledge that went far beyond what an 11-year-old student should possess. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But I think we're going to find out soon enough." The rest of the train journey passed without incident, though Harry noticed that several other students found excuses to walk past their compartment and peer inside. His presence at Hogwarts was clearly already common knowledge, and he could feel the weight of expectations and assumptions settling around him like a heavy cloak. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry got his first glimpse of Hogwarts Castle, rising from the shores of the Great Lake. Even in the darkness, lit only by the warm glow of hundreds of windows, it was magnificent. But to his transformed senses, it was something more than magnificent. It was ancient and alive, saturated with centuries of magic and memory. The castle's foundations extended deep into planes of existence that most people could not even perceive. Harry could see the layers of protection and enchantment that had been woven around it over the centuries, could sense the presence of countless spirits and magical entities that called it home. Most intriguingly, he could feel something vast and patient watching from the very heart of the castle, something that was neither human nor quite alive, but was definitely aware. The boat ride across the lake was a revelation in itself. The giant squid that lived in the depths was not just a magical creature, Harry realized, but a guardian of some kind, its tentacles occasionally breaking the surface in patterns that looked almost like a form of communication. Stranger still, Harry thought he could almost understand what it was trying to say. "Welcome, young Death Speaker. The castle has been waiting for your return." Return. The word stuck in Harry's mind as they approached the shore, as if he had been here before, as if this was a homecoming rather than a first arrival. Hagrid's familiar bulk was waiting for them at the boat landing, his beetle-black eyes scanning the group of first years until they found Harry. The groundskeeper's expression was complicated, showing a mixture of warmth, concern, and something that might have been fear. "Harry," Hagrid rumbled as the students disembarked. "Good to see you. How was the journey?" "Educational," Harry replied, which earned him a sharp look from the half-giant. The group of first years was led up a winding path to the castle's main entrance, where they were met by Professor McGonagall. The deputy headmistress was exactly as stern and formidable as Harry had expected, but to his enhanced perception, she was also something more. Her magical signature carried traces of transformation magic that went far beyond simple transfiguration spells, and there was a feline alertness to her movements that suggested she was far more than she appeared to be. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said, her voice carrying clearly over the nervous chatter of the assembled students. "In a few moments, you will be sorted into your houses, which will be your families for the duration of your time here. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has produced outstanding witches and wizards, and each has its own noble traditions." Her eyes found Harry in the crowd, and he felt the weight of her assessment. "Your triumphs will earn your house points. Any rule-breaking will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup." The great doors swung open, revealing the Great Hall in all its splendor. Thousands of candles floated overhead, and the enchanted ceiling showed a perfect reflection of the star-filled sky outside. But what drew Harry's attention was not the magnificent architecture or the magical displays. It was the presence he had sensed from the boat, now much stronger and more focused. Something was watching him from the high table, and it was not entirely human. The Sorting Hat looked like nothing more than an old, patched wizard's hat. but when Harry's enhanced senses focused on it, he could see the intricate web of magic and consciousness that had been woven into its fabric. This was not just an enchanted object, but a repository of knowledge and wisdom that spanned the entire history of the school. When Professor McGonagall called his name, Harry walked to the stool on legs that felt steadier than they should have. The whispers and pointing from the other students washed over him like background noise. His attention was focused entirely on the ancient consciousness that resided within the sorting hat. The moment the hat settled over his head, Harry felt his mind touched by something vast and knowing. "Well, well, well," said a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Harry Potter, or should I say, Death Speaker Potter. You are most definitely not what anyone expected." "Can you see what I am?" Harry thought back. "Oh, my dear boy, I can see far more than that. I can see what you were, what you are, and what you might become. The question is, what do you choose to be?" Images flashed through Harry's mind, possible futures that branched out like the limbs of an enormous tree. In some, he stood as a guardian and protector, using his abilities to maintain the balance between life and death. In others, he became exactly the kind of threat that Dumbledore feared, wielding power over mortality itself without restraint or conscience. "You could fit into any of the houses," the hat continued. "You have the courage for Gryffindor, the wit for Ravenclaw, the loyalty for Hufflepuff, and certainly the ambition for Slytherin. But where would you do the most good? Where would you find the allies and challenges that will shape you into the person you choose to become?" Harry thought about his conversation with Hermione and Neville on the train, about Draco's knowing look and implied familiarity with forces beyond normal magic. He thought about his mother's journal and the knowledge it contained, about the Thestrals who had pledged their protection, and about the game of manipulation and counter-manipulation that he was only beginning to understand. "I need to be somewhere that will help me learn to use my abilities responsibly," he thought. "Somewhere that values knowledge and understanding over blind obedience." The hat chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in an autumn wind. "Ah, but knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, and understanding without compassion is cruelty. You will need more than just intelligence to navigate the challenges ahead of you. Then what do you recommend?" "I recommend that you trust in the bonds you have already begun to form, and that you remember that true strength comes not from standing alone, but from standing with others who share your values." The hat paused for a moment, and Harry felt it, considering possibilities with the weight of centuries of experience. "Gryffindor." The announcement echoed through the great hall, followed immediately by thunderous applause from the red and gold table. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table on unsteady legs, still processing his conversation with the sorting hat and what it might mean for his future. He was greeted enthusiastically by his new housemates, older students clapping him on the back and making room for him at the long table. But Harry's attention was drawn to the high table, where Dumbledore sat, watching him with an expression of carefully controlled satisfaction. The headmaster raised his goblet in a subtle toast, and Harry felt the weight of renewed scrutiny settling around him like a net. Whatever freedom his alliance with the Thestrals had given him, whatever independence his mother's journal had provided, he was still trapped within the scope of Dumbledore's larger plans. But now he was not alone. As Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor a few minutes later, her face lighting up with delight as she joined him at the red and gold table, Harry felt the first stirrings of hope. And when Neville's name was called, and the sorting hat placed him in Gryffindor as well, Harry began to believe that he might actually be able to navigate the challenges ahead. The feast that followed was magnificent, but Harry found it difficult to focus on the food or the cheerful conversation of his housemates. His enhanced senses were picking up too much information, too many layers of meaning and hidden connection. The castle was alive with magic and memory, and every ghost that drifted through the hall carried stories that stretched back centuries. Most disturbing was his growing awareness that he was not the only student at Hogwarts who carried secrets. Draco Malfoy, now wearing Slytherin green, kept glancing in his direction with an expression of calculating interest. A red-haired boy who had been sorted into Gryffindor seemed to be fighting some kind of internal battle, his magical signature fluctuating in ways that suggested external influence. And there were others, scattered throughout the 4 tables, who carried traces of power and knowledge that went far beyond what 11-year-old students should possess. Whatever game was being played at Hogwarts, Harry was beginning to suspect that he was not the only pawn on the board. The question was whether the other players were potential allies or additional threats, and whether any of them understood the true scope of the forces that were moving in the shadows. As the feast drew to a close, and the first years were led to their dormitories, Harry caught sight of something that made his blood run cold. Standing in the entrance to the great hall, barely visible even to his enhanced perception, was a figure in dark robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The same hooded figure he had seen in Little Whinging, the same presence that had tried to pull him earthward during his first transformation. It was here, at Hogwarts, watching and waiting for something. The figure seemed to sense his gaze, and for a moment their eyes met across the crowded hall. What Harry saw in that cowled face was not quite human, not quite alive, but definitely aware and definitely interested in him specifically. Then the crowds of students shifted, blocking his view, and when he looked again, the figure was gone. But the message was clear enough. Whatever protection Hogwarts might offer, whatever sanctuary he had hoped to find within its ancient walls, the forces that had been hunting him since his transformation were not going to give up easily. The game was becoming more complex, the stakes higher, and the number of players unknown. But as Harry followed his Gryffindor housemates up the moving staircases toward their dormitory, he felt a grim determination settling over him. Let them come. Let Dumbledore scheme, and the hooded figures lurk in the shadows, and the ancient powers of the wizarding world position their pieces on the board. Harry Potter was no longer just a confused child trying to understand what had happened to him. He was beginning to understand his role as a bridge between worlds, and he was ready to start building bridges of his own. The first 3 weeks at Hogwarts had settled into a routine that might have seemed normal to an outside observer, but Harry Potter was beginning to understand that nothing at this school was quite what it appeared to be. His enhanced senses picked up layers of meaning and hidden purpose in everything, from the way certain professors watched specific students to the patterns in which the castle's staircases chose to move. It was during a particularly tedious history of magic lesson that Harry first noticed Draco Malfoy's true nature beginning to show itself. Professor Binns was droning on about the goblin rebellions in his usual monotonous fashion, and most of the class had either fallen asleep or descended into quiet conversations. But Harry's attention was drawn to the Slytherin table, where Draco sat perfectly still, his pale face fixed in an expression of polite attention that completely failed to hide what was actually happening. To Harry's death-touched vision, Draco was surrounded by shadows that moved independently of any light source. They writhed and shifted around him like living things, occasionally reaching out toward other students before being pulled back by what appeared to be an act of conscious will. Most disturbing was the way these shadows sometimes took on recognizable shapes: skeletal hands, hooded figures, the suggestion of faces twisted in expressions of hunger and rage. When the lesson finally ended and the students began filing out of the classroom, Harry lingered behind, waiting for the right moment to approach his Slytherin counterpart. That moment came when Draco paused near one of the tall windows, ostensibly checking his schedule, but actually watching the other students with the calculating attention of a predator evaluating potential prey. "Interesting shadows you're carrying around," Harry said quietly, moving to stand beside the blonde boy. Draco went very still, his grey eyes flicking toward Harry with a mixture of wariness and something that might have been relief. "You can see them," he said. It was not a question. "I can see a lot of things that other people can't," Harry replied. "The question is whether you're controlling them or they're controlling you." For a moment, Draco's carefully constructed mask of Slytherin superiority slipped entirely, revealing something vulnerable and desperate underneath. "I don't know," he admitted quietly. "They've been with me since I was 7. My father says it's a sign of our family's connection to the deeper magics, that it proves our superiority over ordinary wizards. But sometimes I think they're trying to make me do things I don't want to do." Harry studied the shadows more carefully, noting the way they seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched Draco's heartbeat. This was not possession or external manipulation, he realized. This was something far more complex and potentially dangerous. "Have you ever witnessed a death?" Harry asked. Draco flinched as if he had been struck. "How did you know about that?" "Because the shadows around you aren't just random darkness. They're the remnants of souls that haven't passed on properly. People who died in pain or fear or anger and got stuck in the spaces between life and death." Harry paused, studying Draco's increasingly pale face. "You saw someone die, someone whose death traumatized you enough to create a connection to the other world. And now you're carrying their unfinished business around with you, like a burden you can't put down." Draco's hands were shaking now, and the shadows around him were becoming more agitated, reaching toward Harry with what looked like desperate hunger. "It was my house elf," he whispered. "Dobby. My mother was angry about something, some perceived slight from my father, and she took it out on the first person she found. She used the killing curse on him, said it was time to replace him with something more useful anyway." The shadows seemed to coalesce at the mention of the elf's name, forming a vague, humanoid shape that looked almost like a small, trembling figure with large, sorrowful eyes. "Dobby won't leave," Draco continued, his voice breaking. "He's been trying to protect me ever since he died. But he doesn't understand that he's making everything worse. The other shadows are drawn to him, to his pain and guilt, and they follow him wherever he goes." Harry felt a surge of sympathy for both Draco and the lost spirit of the house elf. This was exactly the kind of magical tragedy that his mother's research had warned about, the way traumatic deaths could create ripples that affected the living in unpredictable ways. "Can you speak to him?" Harry asked. "Sometimes. When I'm really upset or scared, I can hear his voice in my mind. But mostly, he just shows me images, memories of things he thinks I need to know." Draco looked up at Harry with eyes that were far too old for an 11-year-old face. "He's been trying to warn me about something dangerous that's coming to Hogwarts this year. But I can't make sense of what he's trying to tell me." Harry made a decision that would have horrified Dumbledore and terrified the Ministry officials who thought they were monitoring his activities. "Would you like me to help you talk to him properly?" Draco stared at him in amazement. "You can do that?" "I think so. My abilities are still developing, but I've been learning to communicate with souls who exist in the spaces between worlds. It's possible that I could serve as a translator between you and Dobby." The hope that flickered in Draco's eyes was painful to see. "Why would you help me? Everyone knows that Potters and Malfoys are supposed to be enemies. My father has told me stories about your family going back generations." "Because the dead deserve to have their voices heard," Harry said simply. "And because I think you and I might have more in common than either of our families would be comfortable admitting." They found a quiet alcove in one of the castle's less-traveled corridors, a small space between two tapestries that depicted scenes from medieval wizarding battles. Harry settled himself cross-legged on the stone floor, gesturing for Draco to sit across from him. "This might feel strange," Harry warned. "I'm going to try to extend my perception to include the spirits around you, but that means you'll probably be able to sense what I'm sensing as well." Draco nodded nervously, and Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with the magical senses that had developed since his transformation. The world shifted around him, colors becoming more vivid, while sounds grew muffled, as if he were viewing reality from underwater. The shadows around Draco immediately became more distinct, resolving into individual spirits with recognizable faces and forms. Most of them were recent deaths, people who had been killed by dark magic or who had died in circumstances involving the Malfoy family. But at the center of the group, clearer and more focused than the others, was a small figure with tennis ball-sized eyes and ears like a bat. Dobby the house elf looked exactly as Harry would have expected, except for the expression of desperate determination on his face and the way his form flickered between solid and translucent. "Harry Potter, sir." The elf's voice echoed in his mind with a mixture of awe and relief. "Dobby has been waiting for Harry Potter, sir, to come to Hogwarts. Dobby has been trying to warn young Master Draco, but young Master cannot hear Dobby properly." "I can hear you now," Harry said aloud, knowing that both Draco and the other spirits would be able to understand him. "What is it you've been trying to warn us about?" Dobby's form solidified slightly, and his large eyes filled with tears that sparkled like diamonds in the otherworldly light. "Dark magic is coming to Hogwarts, Harry Potter, sir. Old magic, angry magic. Magic that should have been destroyed long ago. It seeks to use the students as weapons, to turn their pain and fear into power for its master." "What kind of dark magic?" Harry pressed. "Something that affects the living or the dead?" "Both, Harry Potter, sir. It feeds on death but requires the living to channel its power. Young Master Draco has been chosen as one of its vessels because of his connection to the spirits of the dead." Harry felt Draco tense beside him, and when he looked over, he could see that the Slytherin boy was now able to see Dobby clearly as well. "Dobby," Draco whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm so sorry. I should have tried to stop her. I should have done something." The elf's expression softened, and he reached out with a translucent hand that almost seemed to touch Draco's face. "Young Master Draco was only a child," the elf said gently. "Dobby does not blame young Master for his mother's cruelty. But young Master must be careful now. The dark magic that comes to Hogwarts will try to use young Master's guilt and pain as doorways into this world." "What can we do to stop it?" Harry asked. Dobby turned to him with an expression of grim determination. "Harry Potter, sir, must learn to guard the thresholds, must become the protector his mother knew he could be. And young Master Draco must learn to release the spirits who follow him, must help them find peace so they cannot be used as weapons." The elf's form began to flicker more rapidly, as if maintaining this level of communication was becoming difficult. "But beware both young masters. There are others at this school who serve the dark magic, some knowingly and some without understanding what they do. Trust carefully, and remember that the greatest enemy is often the one who claims to be protecting you." With that warning, Dobby faded back into the realm of shadows and half-glimpsed movement, leaving Harry and Draco sitting in the alcove, with the weight of new knowledge pressing down on them like a physical burden. "Did you understand what he meant about learning to release the spirits?" Draco asked quietly. "I think so," Harry said, though he was not entirely certain. "According to my mother's research, souls that get stuck between worlds usually have some kind of unfinished business that keeps them anchored to the living realm. If we can help them resolve those issues, they should be able to move on naturally." Draco looked at the space where Dobby had appeared, his expression thoughtful. "Dobby's unfinished business is protecting me. But maybe if I could prove to him that I'm safe, that I can protect myself, he would be willing to pass on." "Maybe," Harry agreed. "But that might not be as simple as it sounds. If there really is dark magic coming to Hogwarts that wants to use you as a vessel, then Dobby might not consider you safe until that threat is eliminated." They sat in comfortable silence for several minutes, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Draco spoke again, his voice hesitant. "Harry, there's something else. Something I haven't told anyone. Not even my father." "What is it?" "I can see Thestrals. I've been able to see them since Dobby died. but I never understood what they were until I started reading about magical creatures. When I saw you at the welcoming feast, I could sense something different about you, something that reminded me of them." Draco paused, gathering his courage. "You're connected to them somehow, aren't you? To the Thestrals and the world they come from?" Harry made another decision that would probably have consequences he could not foresee. "Yes, more than connected. I can transform into one." Draco's eyes widened, but to his credit, he did not recoil or cry out in alarm. "That's impossible. No one has ever achieved Animagus transformation into a magical creature." "No one except Herpo the Foul," Harry corrected, "and a few others throughout history who were all either killed or driven mad by the experience. But you're still sane, still human." "For now," Harry said grimly. "But according to everything I've read, that might not last. People with my kind of abilities have a tendency to lose their humanity gradually, to start seeing death as something to be managed rather than respected." Draco was quiet for a long moment, processing this information. "Is that why Dumbledore wanted to bind your abilities? To prevent you from becoming another Herpo the Foul?" "Partly. But I think his real motivation is more selfish than that. He has plans for defeating Voldemort. Plans that require me to play a specific role. My abilities make me unpredictable, and unpredictable pieces don't fit well into grand strategies." Harry stood up, brushing dust from his robes. "The question is what we're going to do about it. Dobby warned us that dark magic is coming to Hogwarts, magic that wants to use both of us as weapons. We can either wait for that to happen and hope the adults protect us, or we can start preparing ourselves to fight back." Draco rose as well, and Harry was struck by how different he looked from the arrogant bully who had confronted them on the train. The boy standing before him now was someone who had seen too much death, carried too much guilt, and bore too much responsibility for his young shoulders. "What kind of preparation did you have in mind?" "Learning to control our abilities instead of being controlled by them. Understanding the forces that are trying to manipulate us. Building alliances with people who share our goals, rather than the goals others have assigned to us." Harry paused, studying Draco's face for any sign of deception or hidden agenda. "Are you willing to do that? To work with me, even though our families are supposed to be enemies?" Draco extended his hand, and Harry noticed that the shadows around him had calmed considerably since their conversation with Dobby. "I'm willing," he said firmly. "Because I don't want to become a weapon for anyone, and I don't want the spirits following me to be used to hurt innocent people." They shook hands there in the alcove, and Harry felt something shift in the magical atmosphere around them. It was as if two opposing forces had suddenly found a way to work in harmony, creating something new and potentially powerful. But their moment of alliance was interrupted by the sound of footsteps in the corridor outside their hiding place. Harry's enhanced senses immediately identified the approaching figure, and what he detected made his blood run cold. Professor Quirrell was walking toward their alcove, but the man's magical signature was completely wrong. Instead of the nervous, stuttering teacher they knew from Defense Against the Dark Arts classes, Harry could sense something ancient and malevolent wearing Quirrell's form like an ill-fitting costume. "Hide," Harry whispered urgently to Draco. "Don't let him see you, and whatever you do, don't let the spirits around you react to his presence." Draco pressed himself against the wall behind one of the tapestries, and Harry quickly moved to block the entrance to the alcove. When Quirrell came into view, Harry was standing casually in the corridor, apparently examining one of the medieval battle scenes with academic interest. "Potter," Quirrell stammered, his usual nervous mannerisms intact, despite the wrongness Harry could sense beneath the surface. "What are you doing here? Students should be in their common rooms during hell-free periods." "Just looking at the artwork, Professor," Harry replied, keeping his voice carefully neutral. "These tapestries are really interesting. The magical techniques used to create them must have been incredible." Quirrell stepped closer, and Harry had to fight the urge to recoil. The presence inhabiting the defense teacher was like a wound in reality itself, a void that consumed light and warmth, and life wherever it touched. "Indeed," Quirrell said, and for a moment his stutter disappeared entirely. The medieval wizards understood certain arts that have been largely forgotten in our modern age. Arts that dealt with the boundaries between life and death, with the forces that govern the passage of souls from one realm to another. The way he said it made it clear that this was not an academic observation. This was a threat, a warning, a declaration of interest in exactly the abilities that Harry had been trying to keep secret. "Sounds fascinating," Harry said, proud of how steady his voice remained. "Maybe I should do some research on medieval death magic for my next History of Magic essay." "Oh, I think you will find ample opportunity to study such things in the very near future," Quirrell replied with a smile that never reached his eyes. "Very near indeed." The professor continued down the corridor, his footsteps echoing strangely in the stone passages. Harry waited until he was completely out of sight before allowing Draco to emerge from his hiding place. "What was that?" Draco whispered, his face pale with terror. "That wasn't Professor Quirrell. That was something else wearing his body. Something that knows about my abilities and is very interested in them," Harry replied grimly. "Something that Dobby was probably trying to warn us about." They stood in the corridor for several minutes, neither wanting to voice what they were both thinking. The dark magic that Dobby had warned them about was not coming to Hogwarts in the future. It was already here, walking the halls in the form of a defense against the dark arts professor. And it was specifically interested in Harry's death-touched abilities. "We need to tell someone," Draco said finally. "Dumbledore, or Professor McGonagall, or someone who can do something about this." Harry shook his head. "Tell them what? That we were hiding in an alcove talking to dead house elves who warned us that our defense teacher is possessed by dark magic? They'll think we're having shared hallucinations brought on by the stress of being 11 years old at a school for witchcraft and wizardry." "Then what do we do?" "We get stronger," Harry said firmly. "We learn to control our abilities, we gather allies who can help us, and we prepare for whatever that thing is planning to do." Draco nodded slowly, understanding the magnitude of what they were facing. "Do you think your friends Granger and Longbottom would be willing to help? From what I've observed, they both have abilities that go beyond what normal first-year students should possess." "Hermione definitely," Harry said. "She's brilliant, and she understands magical theory better than most adults. Neville is more complicated. He has incredible power, but it's been suppressed by his family for so long that he doesn't know how to access it reliably." "What about the other students? Are there others who might be willing to work with us?" Harry thought about the various magical signatures he had detected during their first weeks at school, the students who carried traces of power or knowledge that seemed unusual for their age. "Possibly, but we need to be careful about who we trust. Dobby warned us that some people at this school are serving the dark magic knowingly, and others are being manipulated without realizing it." They began walking back toward the main part of the castle, both lost in thought about the challenges that lay ahead. As they reached the junction where their paths would diverge, Draco toward the dungeons and Harry toward Gryffindor Tower, the Slytherin boy spoke again. "Harry, there's one more thing you should know. My father has been corresponding with someone at the Ministry, someone who's been asking questions about you and your abilities. I don't know who it is or what they want, but they're planning something that involves bringing you to the Ministry for additional testing." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the castle's drafty corridors. "When?" "Soon. Possibly as early as the Christmas holidays. My father thinks it has something to do with the ongoing investigation into what happened to you last summer." The investigation that Harry had thought was closed, the questioning that he had believed was finished. It seemed that his strategic compliance over the past few months had not been as successful as he had hoped. "Thank you for telling me," Harry said. "And Draco? Be careful around your father. If he's working with Ministry officials who want to use me as a test subject, there's no guarantee that he won't decide to sacrifice you as well if it serves their purposes." Draco nodded grimly. "I know. My family's loyalty has always been to power first and blood second. If they think betraying me will advance their position, they won't hesitate to do it." As they parted ways, Harry found himself thinking about the complex web of alliances and betrayals that seemed to define the wizarding world. Everyone had multiple loyalties, hidden agendas, and secrets that could destroy them if revealed. The only way to survive in such an environment was to become very good at keeping secrets, and even better at discovering the secrets that others were trying to keep. The game was becoming more dangerous, the stakes higher, and the number of players larger than he had initially realized. But for the first time since his transformation, Harry felt like he was beginning to understand the rules. More importantly, he was beginning to understand that the rules could be changed by those who were willing to take the necessary risks. As he climbed the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry made a mental note to accelerate his plans for building alliances and developing his abilities. Whatever was coming, whatever the possessed Quirrell and the mysterious ministry officials and the dark magic were planning, he intended to be ready for it. The child who had been content to let adults make decisions for him was gone. In his place was someone who understood that survival required taking control of his own destiny, regardless of what others might think was best for him. The prophecy orb felt warm against Harry's palm, its surface swirling with silvery mist that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. They had worked for weeks to reach this moment, carefully planning their infiltration of the Department of Mysteries, while Dumbledore believed Harry was safely tucked away in Gryffindor Tower for the Christmas holidays. "Are you certain you want to hear this?" Hermione whispered, her voice echoing strangely in the circular chamber filled with towering shelves of prophecies. "Once we know what it says, we can't unknow it." Harry looked around at his unlikely band of allies. Hermione stood to his left, her bushy hair pulled back in a practical braid, her eyes bright with curiosity and concern. Neville was to his right, no longer the nervous boy from the train, but someone who had learned to access the incredible power that his grandmother had tried so hard to suppress. And behind them, barely visible in the shadows between the shelves, Draco Malfoy kept watch for any signs that their presence had been detected. "We need to know," Harry said firmly. "Dumbledore has been using this prophecy to justify every decision he's made about my life. If there's something in it that explains why my abilities are so dangerous, or why everyone thinks I have to play a specific role in defeating Voldemort, then I have a right to hear it." The past month had been a careful dance of preparation and discovery. Harry had shared his mother's journal with Hermione, who had devoured its contents with the enthusiasm of someone finally finding answers to questions she hadn't known how to ask. Together they had begun to understand the theoretical framework behind Harry's transformation, the way death-touched abilities functioned, and most importantly, the reasons why such individuals were traditionally feared and destroyed. Neville had proven to be an unexpected asset in their research. Once the magical suppressions placed on him by his family began to crack, his natural abilities had emerged with startling intensity. He possessed what Lily Potter's notes described as temporal sensitivity, the ability to perceive events across different points in time as if they were happening simultaneously. It was this gift that had allowed him to guide them through the Ministry's security systems, navigating paths that would avoid detection by seeing the patterns of guard movements and magical monitoring before they actually occurred. Draco's contributions had been more complex and more dangerous. His connection to the spirits of the dead had grown stronger since their conversation with Dobby, and he had learned to use their knowledge to gather information that would have been impossible to obtain through conventional means. The deceased house elves, who lingered in the shadows of pure-blood homes, were surprisingly well informed about their former master's activities, and they were more than willing to share that information with someone who could actually hear their voices. It had been Dobby who had provided the final piece of intelligence they needed to locate the prophecy, The elf's spirit had observed Dumbledore visiting the Department of Mysteries several times over the past year, always going to the same shelf, always focusing on the same orb, with the intensity of someone whose entire worldview depended on its contents. "The prophecy that speaks of Harry Potter, sir," Dobby had explained during one of their clandestine conversations. "The headmaster reads it often, but he always looks troubled afterward, as if the words say something different from what he wishes them to say." Now, standing in the Hall of Prophecy with the orb in his hands, Harry felt the weight of that accumulated knowledge pressing down on him like a physical burden. Whatever this prophecy contained, it would change everything. The only question was whether that change would be for better or for worse. "Together, then," he said, looking at each of his friends in turn. "Whatever we learn here, we face it together." Harry closed his eyes and allowed his consciousness to sink into the swirling mist within the prophecy orb. The world around him faded away, replaced by the sensation of standing in a vast, echoing space filled with the whisper of ancient voices. A woman's voice emerged from the cacophony, speaking with the detached precision of someone in the grip of true prophecy. "The one with power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, for he walks between the worlds of the living and the dead, guardian of the threshold that separates one realm from the other." Harry felt his friend's attention focus on him as the prophecy continued, their mental presence somehow sharing the vision through their connection to him. But beware, for such power comes with a price that few can bear. The guardian of thresholds must choose between the demands of life and death, between the needs of the many and the needs of the one. And if he chooses wrongly, if he allows his power to corrupt his purpose, then both worlds will fall into shadow, and death itself will become a tool of tyranny rather than a natural passage. The voice paused, and Harry felt a shift in the cosmic forces that surrounded them, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. The Dark Lord fears what the Guardian might become, and seeks to destroy him before his power can fully manifest. But the Guardian cannot be destroyed by ordinary means, for he exists partially in both realms. Only by embracing his nature fully, by accepting the responsibility of his power, can the Guardian fulfill his destiny or doom both worlds to eternal darkness. The final words echoed through Harry's consciousness with the force of thunder. In the end, the choice is his alone. Neither the manipulations of the wise nor the threats of the wicked can force his hand. He will stand at the crossroads of existence and decide whether the threshold between life and death remains guarded or falls forever into chaos. As the vision faded and Harry found himself back in the Department of Mysteries, he became aware that his friends were staring at him with expressions of awe, terror, and grim understanding. "Well," Hermione said finally, her voice carefully controlled, "that's rather more specific than anyone led us to believe. And rather more terrifying," Neville added quietly. "It's not just saying that you have the power to defeat Voldemort. It's saying that you have the power to fundamentally change the nature of existence itself." Draco stepped out of the shadows, his pale face even more colorless than usual. "It's also saying that if you make the wrong choice, you could become something far worse than Voldemort ever was," he said bluntly. "A being capable of controlling death itself, able to grant immortality to some and force others to die at will." Harry carefully placed the prophecy orb back on its shelf, his hand steadier than he felt. "No wonder Dumbledore has been so determined to control my development," he said grimly. "According to this, I'm not just a weapon that could be used against Voldemort. I'm a potential apocalypse waiting to happen." Hermione pulled out a small notebook and began scribbling furiously, her analytical mind already working through the implications of what they had heard. "But that's exactly why the prophecy is so important," she said. "It says that the choice is yours alone, that neither manipulation nor threats can force your hand. Dumbledore has been trying to control you because he's afraid of what you might choose, but according to the prophecy, that control is ultimately meaningless. Unless, Neville said slowly, his temporal sensitivity picking up on possibilities that existed beyond the present moment, unless the control itself becomes the thing that pushes you toward the wrong choice. If you're forced to live your entire life as a prisoner or a puppet, that might be exactly what drives you to embrace the darker aspects of your power. The insight was so startling and so obviously correct that Harry felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. Everything Dumbledore had done, every attempt to bind his abilities or control his choices, every manipulation designed to keep him safely contained, was actually increasing the likelihood that he would become the threat they all feared. That's why my mother's research was so important, Harry realized. She understood that the only way to prevent a Threshold Guardian from being corrupted was to ensure that they developed their abilities in an environment of trust and support, not fear and control. Draco nodded grimly. And it explains why my father and the other Death Eaters are so terrified of you. They're not just afraid that you'll defeat Voldemort. They're afraid that you'll become something that makes Voldemort look like a minor nuisance by comparison. The four friends stood in the circular chamber, each lost in their own thoughts about the magnitude of what they had learned. The prophecy had answered some of their questions, but it had raised far more troubling ones. Most importantly, it had made clear that the game they thought they were playing was actually much larger and more dangerous than any of them had realized. "We need to leave," Hermione said finally. "We've been here too long, and someone is bound to notice our absence eventually." But as they prepared to make their way back through the department's labyrinthine corridors, Harry became aware of a presence that made his death-touched senses scream with alarm. Something was moving through the building toward them, something that carried the same wrongness he had detected in Professor Quirrell, but amplified to a degree that was almost unbearable. "We're not alone," he whispered urgently. "Something's coming. Something that shouldn't exist in the world of the living." Neville closed his eyes, his temporal sensitivity reaching out to perceive the immediate future. "3 figures," he reported quietly. "2 are human, but barely. The third is something else entirely. Something that exists primarily in the spaces between life and death." "Death Eaters," Draco said with certainty. "My father told me about them. The Inner Circle members who have undergone certain rituals to extend their lives and increase their power. They're technically alive, but they've sacrificed so much of their humanity that they're more like animated corpses than living people." Harry felt his transformation abilities stirring in response to the approaching threat, his body beginning to shift toward his thestral form without any conscious decision on his part. "Can we get out before they reach us?" he asked. Hermione checked the magical detection devices she had brought with her, small artifacts that could sense the presence of specific spells and enchantments. "The entire building is under lockdown," she reported grimly. "Someone triggered the security protocols. All the flue connections are blocked, apparition is impossible, and the lifts have been disabled." "Then we fight," Harry said, allowing his transformation to continue. His bones were already beginning to lengthen and reshape, his skin taking on the translucent quality that marked his death-touched nature. "Harry, no," Hermione said urgently. "If you transform here, in the middle of the Ministry, there will be no hiding what you are. Every magical monitoring device in the building will register your transformation, and Dumbledore will know that you've been developing your abilities without his supervision. And if I don't transform, we might not survive long enough for that to matter," Harry replied, but he forced his body to return to human form. Hermione was right. Revealing his abilities here would destroy any chance they had of maintaining the pretense that he was under control. "There might be another way," Draco said quietly. "The spirits that follow me, they're not bound by the same physical laws that affect the living. If I can convince them to help us, they might be able to create a distraction or even interfere with the Death Eaters directly. That's incredibly dangerous, Neville warned. Using the spirits of the dead as weapons could corrupt them and you in ways that might be irreversible. Not as weapons, Draco corrected. As protectors. There's a difference between forcing the dead to serve your will and asking them to help protect innocent people. Harry weighed their options as the presence of the approaching Death Eaters grew stronger. They could try to hide among the prophecy shelves and hope they weren't discovered, but his enhanced senses told him that at least one of their pursuers had tracking abilities that would make concealment impossible. They could attempt to fight their way out using conventional magic, but they were first-year students facing opponents with decades of experience in the dark arts, or they could take the enormous risk of using their developing supernatural abilities in ways that might save their lives, but would certainly expose their secrets. Do it, Harry decided. But carefully. Ask for their help. Don't command it. And make sure they understand that we're trying to protect people, not hurt them. Draco nodded and closed his eyes, reaching out through his connection to the spirit realm. Harry watched in fascination as the shadows around his friend deepened and took on more definite shapes. Dobby materialized first, his large eyes bright with determination, followed by several other house elves, and what appeared to be an elderly wizard whose robes marked him as someone who had died during the previous war against Voldemort. The spirits listened as Draco quickly explained their situation, and Harry was struck by the way they seemed to understand not just his words, but the deeper moral implications of what he was asking. These were not mindless remnants of the dead, but conscious beings who retained their capacity for ethical reasoning and moral choice. "We will help," Dobby said, speaking for the group. "Young Master Draco and Harry Potter, sir, are trying to protect themselves and their friends from those who would use them as weapons. This is a cause we can support without compromising our nature." The elderly wizard stepped forward, his form more solid and focused than the others. "I am Edmund Clearwater," he said, his voice echoing with the authority of someone who had been a powerful magic user in life. "I died fighting Death Eaters during the last war, and I have been waiting for an opportunity to continue that fight from beyond the grave." The spirits began to spread out through the circular chamber, positioning themselves between Harry's group and the approaching Death Eaters. As they moved, Harry noticed that the temperature in the room was dropping rapidly, and frost was beginning to form on the surfaces of the prophecy orbs. "Get ready," Neville warned, his temporal sensitivity detecting the imminent arrival of their pursuers. "They'll be here in 30 seconds. Harry felt his magical senses extend automatically as 3 figures entered the Hall of Prophecy. 2 were indeed Death Eaters, their faces hidden behind masks, but their corrupted life forces clearly visible to his enhanced perception. The 3rd figure made him recoil in horror and recognition. It was the same hooded entity he had encountered in Little Whinging and glimpsed in the Great Hall during his first night at Hogwarts. But now, seeing it clearly in the otherworldly light cast by the assembled spirits, Harry understood what he was looking at. This was not a living being wearing a hood. This was a manifestation of death itself, but death perverted and twisted into something unnatural. It was what happened when someone tried to use death magic for purposes that violated the fundamental nature of existence, when the cosmic force of mortality was bent into service as a weapon rather than respected as a natural law. The entity's attention fixed on Harry immediately, and when it spoke, its voice was like the whisper of wind through a graveyard. "The Threshold Guardian," it said, the words carrying a weight of ancient hunger. "We have been waiting for you to develop sufficient power to be worth claiming." Harry felt his transformation abilities responding to the presence of this corrupted death force, his body beginning to shift toward thestral form despite his conscious efforts to remain human. The entity was calling to the death-touched aspects of his nature, trying to draw him into its sphere of influence. "You cannot have him," Dobby said fiercely, placing his small form directly between Harry and the hooded figure. "Harry Potter, sir, is under our protection, and we will not allow you to corrupt him as you have corrupted others." The entity's laughter was like the sound of bones breaking. "Foolish spirit, you cannot protect him from his own nature. The power grows within him, whether he wills it or not, and eventually he will have to choose whether to embrace it or be consumed by it. When that moment comes, we will be waiting to guide his choice." The two Death Eaters had begun moving among the prophecy shelves, clearly searching for something specific. Harry realized with growing horror that they were not here by coincidence. They had come for the prophecy about him, and their timing suggested that someone had informed them about his presence in the Department of Mysteries. Someone had betrayed them. "We need to get out of here," he whispered to his friends. "This was a trap. Someone knew we would come here, and they've been waiting for us." But even as he spoke, Harry became aware that their path to the exit was blocked. More figures were entering the chamber, and these were not Death Eaters or corrupted entities. They were Auras, ministry officials whose job was to capture and contain threats to magical society. Leading them was a tall woman with severe features and cold eyes that Harry recognized from newspaper photographs. Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister, someone who had built her career on the systematic persecution of anyone she deemed dangerous or abnormal. "Harry Potter," she said, her voice carrying the satisfied tone of someone who had finally cornered a long-sought prey. "You are under arrest for unauthorized entry into a restricted ministry facility, theft of classified materials, and the illegal practice of magic beyond your authorized level." Her gaze moved to his companions with obvious disgust. "Your associates will be charged as accomplices. Miss Granger, your Muggle-born status makes your presence here particularly troubling. Mr. Longbottom, your family will be quite disappointed to learn of your involvement in this escapade. And Mr. Malfoy, your father has expressed his willingness to cooperate with our investigation in exchange for leniency regarding your participation." The betrayal hit Harry like a physical blow. Lucius Malfoy had sold out his own son, trading Draco's freedom for political advantage. But worse than that, the presence of the corrupted death entity and the precise timing of the trap suggested a level of coordination that went far beyond simple ministry law enforcement. "This isn't about unauthorized entry," Harry said, his voice carrying more authority than should have been possible for an 11-year-old. "This is about the prophecy. Someone wants to know what I learned here tonight, and they're willing to use Death Eaters and worse to get that information." Umbridge's smile was thin and predatory. "Oh, Mr. Potter, we already know what the prophecy says. We've known for months. What we need to understand is how much you know, and more importantly, how we can ensure that your knowledge serves the greater good, rather than your own selfish interests." The spirits around them had grown more agitated as the conversation continued, their forms flickering with barely contained energy. Harry could sense their desire to protect him and his friends, but he could also feel the moral struggle they were engaged in. Direct violence against the living, even in defense of the innocent, would compromise their nature and potentially corrupt them in the same way that the hooded entity had been corrupted. It was Hermione who provided the solution, her brilliant mind finding a path through the ethical dilemma that none of them had seen. "The prophecies," she said urgently. "The spirits don't need to hurt anyone. They just need to make it impossible for anyone to take the prophecy orbs without destroying them." Understanding dawned on Harry immediately. If the spirits could create enough magical interference to destabilize the preservation charms on the prophecy orbs, then any attempt to remove them from the chamber would cause them to shatter and their contents to be lost forever. "Do it," he said, and the spirits responded immediately. The temperature in the chamber plummeted as dozens of ghostly figures began moving among the shelves, their presence creating exactly the kind of magical interference that Hermione had described. Frost spread across the prophecy orbs, and several of them began to crack audibly as their preservation charms failed. "Stop them!" Umbridge shrieked, but her auras were helpless against opponents they could barely see and could not effectively attack. In the chaos that followed, as Ministry officials scrambled to prevent the destruction of centuries of accumulated prophecies, and the Death Eaters moved to secure their primary objective, Harry and his friends made their escape. The spirits created a corridor of safe passage through the chamber, their forms providing both concealment and protection, as the 4 students made their way toward the emergency exits that Neville's temporal sensitivity had identified. But as they reached the threshold of the chamber, Harry felt the presence of the hooded entity focusing on him with renewed intensity. "You cannot run forever, Threshold Guardian," it whispered, its voice following him even as they fled. "Your power grows, whether you will it or not, and eventually you will have to choose what you will become. When that moment arrives, remember that we offered you partnership rather than servitude." They emerged from the Department of Mysteries into the main atrium of the Ministry building to find it in complete chaos. Alarms were sounding. Magical fireplaces were sealing themselves automatically, and auras were apparating in from locations throughout Britain to deal with what appeared to be a major security breach. Harry's group made their way to one of the public flu connections that had not yet been shut down, using the confusion to mask their escape. As they tumbled out of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron, all 4 of them covered in soot and shaking with the after-effects of adrenaline, Harry realized that everything had changed. They had the knowledge they had sought, but the price of obtaining it had been higher than any of them had expected. Their secret investigation had been exposed. Their abilities were now known to multiple hostile parties, and they had made enemies who possessed power and resources that dwarfed their own. Most troubling was the knowledge that someone close to them had betrayed their plans to the Ministry. The precision of the trap, the coordination between different factions, the way their route through the department had been anticipated, all of it suggested that their movements had been monitored and their intentions known in advance. "We need to get back to Hogwarts," Hermione said, checking her watch and realizing that they had been gone for several hours longer than they had planned. "People will be looking for us. And when they find us, they're going to want answers," Neville added grimly. "Answers we can't give without revealing everything we've learned and everything we can do." Harry looked at his friends, these remarkable individuals who had risked everything to help him understand the forces that shaped his destiny, and felt a surge of determination that surprised him with its intensity. "Then we tell them as little as possible and prepare for what comes next," he said. "Because the prophecy made one thing clear. The choice about what I become is mine to make, and I choose to stand with the people who trust me enough to stand with me." The game had entered a new phase, more dangerous and more complex than any of them had anticipated. But for the first time since his transformation, Harry felt like he was truly playing rather than being played, making choices rather than having choices made for him. Whatever came next, whatever consequences their investigation would bring, he would face it with allies who understood both his power and his humanity, and that, he realized, might be exactly what the prophecy had meant when it spoke of the power the Dark Lord knew not. Not love, not sacrifice, not any of the noble sentiments that Dumbledore preferred to believe in, but trust, freely given and freely returned, between people who saw each other as complete human beings rather than tools to be used or threats to be contained. It was a power that neither Voldemort nor his corrupted allies could understand or replicate, and it might just be enough to change everything. The goblin vaults beneath Gringotts Wizarding Bank extended far deeper than most wizards realized, and it was in one of the deepest chambers that Harry Potter found himself face to face with revelations that would shatter everything he thought he knew about his own existence. Griphook had been surprisingly willing to help once Harry explained what he was seeking. The goblin's sharp eyes had gleamed with something that might have been professional interest when Harry described the magical suppressions he suspected had been placed on him as an infant. "Ah, yes," Griphook had said with the satisfied tone of someone confirming a long-held suspicion. "The Potter family bindings. We have been wondering when you would come to ask about those. The chamber they now occupied was carved from living rock and lined with ancient runes that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. At its center stood a complex magical apparatus that looked like a cross between an altar and a surgical table, covered in crystals and metallic instruments that hummed with barely contained power. Magical binding detection and removal, Griphook explained, as he made adjustments to the various devices. The goblins developed this technology centuries ago for dealing with wizards who tried to cheat our banks using illegal compulsions and mental influences. Over the years, we have refined it to detect and neutralize almost any form of magical constraint. Harry lay on the apparatus, while Hermione, Neville, and Draco watched from the edges of the chamber. They had returned to Hogwarts after their escape from the Ministry to find the school in chaos. Dumbledore had been furious about their unauthorized absence, but his anger had been overshadowed by the arrival of Ministry officials demanding explanations for the incident at the Department of Mysteries. It had been Neville who suggested that they needed to understand exactly what magical influences were affecting Harry before they could plan their next move. His temporal sensitivity had shown him glimpses of future events that were too terrible to ignore, timelines where Harry's growing power consumed not just himself, but everyone around him. "The suppressions on you are remarkable," Griphook continued, studying the readings from his instruments. "Multiple layers, placed by different hands, some dating back to your birth and others added more recently. Whoever did this work was extraordinarily skilled." Harry felt the magical scanners moving over his body like invisible hands, probing for the constraints that had been woven into his very being. The sensations were not painful, but they were deeply unsettling, like having someone rifle through the most private chambers of his soul. "What kind of suppressions?" Hermione asked, her notebook ready to record every detail. "Mental barriers to prevent access to certain memories," Griphook replied, his clawed fingers dancing over the control crystals. "Magical dampening fields to limit the development of specific abilities. Behavioral compulsions designed to encourage particular personality traits while discouraging others." The goblin paused, his expression growing more serious. "Most disturbing of all, there are what appear to be emotional regulators. Spells designed to artificially induce feelings of trust and loyalty toward specific individuals, while creating instinctive wariness toward others." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool air in the underground chamber. "You're saying that my feelings toward certain people might not be entirely my own?" "It is possible," Griphook confirmed grimly. "The magic involved is subtle enough that you would never notice it consciously, but it would influence your reactions and decisions in ways that served the purposes of whoever placed the bindings." Draco leaned forward, his pale face drawn with concern. "Can you tell who did this to him?" "Some of the magical signatures are familiar," Griphook said, after consulting his instruments again. "The eldest bindings carry the magical resonance of Albus Dumbledore, placed when the subject was no more than a few months old. The more recent editions bear traces of several different magical practitioners, including what appears to be Ministry-approved binding specialists." Harry closed his eyes, trying to process the implications of what he was learning. Not only had Dumbledore been manipulating his circumstances and opportunities since childhood, but he had been directly influencing Harry's thoughts and emotions to ensure compliance with his plans. "There's something else," Griphook continued, his voice taking on a note of professional fascination. "The bindings appear to have been designed not just to suppress your abilities, but to redirect them. The magical energy that should have been developing your death-touched powers has instead been channeling into what appears to be a subsidiary spell matrix." "What kind of subsidiary matrix?" Neville asked, though his expression suggested that his temporal sensitivity was already showing him the answer. "A connection spell. Someone has been using your suppressed power to maintain a magical link between yourself and another individual, allowing that person to monitor your thoughts, influence your decisions, and potentially even access your abilities for their own use." The silence in the chamber was absolute as the implications of this revelation sank in. Harry had not just been controlled and manipulated. He had been turned into an unwitting magical battery, his own power harvested to serve someone else's purposes. Dumbledore, Harry whispered, the name tasting like poison on his tongue. Most likely, Griphook agreed. The magical signatures are consistent with that hypothesis. Harry sat up on the apparatus, his body trembling with a mixture of rage and betrayal that threatened to overwhelm his ability to think rationally. Can you remove them? All of them? Griphook's expression grew cautious. Theoretically, yes. But I must warn you that the process will be extremely dangerous. These bindings have been part of your magical system for your entire life. Removing them suddenly could cause unpredictable reactions, including the possibility that your suppressed abilities will manifest all at once with potentially catastrophic results. What's the worst-case scenario? Hermione asked, with the clinical detachment of someone who needed to understand all the risks before making a decision. Complete magical overload resulting in death, Griphook replied bluntly. Or worse, survival, but with abilities so uncontrolled that the subject becomes a threat to everyone around them. The historical records contain several examples of individuals who attempted similar procedures and emerged as something that was no longer entirely human. Harry looked at his friends, these remarkable people who had risked everything to help him understand the forces that shaped his existence. He thought about the prophecy they had heard, about the choice that was supposedly his alone to make, about the corrupted death entity that had promised to guide his development if he would accept its partnership. If I don't remove the bindings, he said quietly, then I remain under Dumbledore's control for the rest of my life. My thoughts, my feelings, my choices, none of them are really my own. I become exactly what he wants me to become, do exactly what he wants me to do, and probably die exactly when and how he decides is most useful for his plans. He paused, meeting each of their eyes in turn. If I do remove them, I might die in the process, or I might become something terrible that threatens everyone I care about. But at least the choice would be mine to make. There might be a middle path, Neville suggested hesitantly. What if we removed the bindings gradually, over a period of weeks or months? That might allow your system to adjust to the changes without causing a catastrophic overload. Griphook considered this option, his clawed fingers tracing patterns over his instruments. Possible, he admitted, but extremely complex. It would require precise monitoring and constant adjustment of the removal process. One mistake could be just as dangerous as attempting to remove everything at once. And it would give Dumbledore time to realize what we're doing and take countermeasures, Draco added grimly. If he's been monitoring Harry through these bindings, he'll notice when they start to weaken. Harry lay back down on the apparatus, his decision crystallizing with sudden clarity. Do it, he said. Remove them all now. I'd rather face the consequences of being free than continue living as someone else's puppet. Griphook nodded slowly, respect evident in his sharp features. As you wish. But I must ask your companions to stand back. If something goes wrong, the magical discharge could be dangerous to anyone in the immediate vicinity. Hermione, Neville, and Draco moved to the far edges of the chamber, their faces tense with worry, but their eyes bright with determination. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. Griphook began the procedure with careful, methodical precision. Harry felt the magical scanners focusing on the first layer of bindings, probing for weak points where the suppression spells could be safely severed without causing collateral damage to his magical core. The removal of the first binding felt like having a splinter pulled from his mind. There was a sharp moment of pain followed by a sensation of relief so profound that Harry gasped aloud. Colors became more vivid, sounds more distinct, and his awareness of the magical energies around him expanded dramatically. Emotional regulation matrix, Griphook reported as he moved to the next layer. This one has been influencing your feelings toward authority figures for most of your life. The second removal was more traumatic. Harry felt as if someone had reached into his chest and torn away a piece of his heart, leaving behind a raw wound that throbbed with every beat. But as the pain faded, he became aware of emotions that felt strange and unfamiliar, because they were entirely his own. The anger he felt toward Dumbledore was no longer tempered by artificial feelings of trust and gratitude. The resentment he harbored toward the wizarding world's expectations was no longer suppressed by magically induced loyalty. For the first time in his life, Harry was experiencing his own unfiltered reactions to the people and circumstances around him. "Memory barriers," Griphook announced, as he prepared to tackle the third layer. "These are blocking access to specific events from your early childhood." The removal of the memory blocks was like having a dam burst inside his head. Images, sensations, and fragments of conversation came flooding back with overwhelming intensity. He remembered his parents, not just as the idealized figures from photographs, but as real people with complicated personalities and complex motivations. He remembered his father's pride when Harry first showed signs of unusual magical abilities, the way James Potter's eyes had lit up with possibilities that went far beyond simple parental satisfaction. He remembered his mother's growing concern as those abilities manifested in ways that defied conventional magical theory, her long hours spent researching and trying to understand what her son was becoming. Most importantly, he remembered the night they died, not the sanitized version that had been fed to him by well-meaning adults, but the terrifying reality of two people who knew they were about to be murdered and were desperately trying to ensure that their son would survive what they could not. "Take him away from here," his mother had said to someone Harry could not see. "Promise me you'll keep him safe from those who would use him." "I promise," a familiar voice had replied. "I will guard him with my life." But that promise had been broken before his parents' bodies were even cold. Instead of being kept safe from those who would use him, Harry had been delivered directly into the hands of the greatest manipulator in the wizarding world. "Magical dampening fields," Griphook continued, moving to the fourth layer of bindings. "These have been suppressing the development of your death-touched abilities since infancy." This removal was the most dramatic yet. Harry felt as if someone had suddenly opened a door in his mind that had been sealed shut for his entire life. Power flowed through him like liquid lightning, abilities that had been struggling to manifest for months, suddenly erupting into full existence. His perception expanded beyond the physical world to encompass multiple layers of reality simultaneously. He could see the spirits of the dead moving through the chamber, ancient goblins who had died in these tunnels over the centuries and chosen to remain as guardians of their people's treasures. He could sense the flow of life energy through every living thing in the bank above them, could feel the delicate balance between the world of the living and the world of the dead that his kind was meant to protect. Most remarkably, he could perceive the magical connections that linked every person he had ever met, the invisible threads of influence and obligation that shaped human relationships. And he could see, with perfect clarity, the web of manipulation that had been woven around him since birth. "Connection matrix," Griphook announced, his voice tight with concentration as he prepared to sever the final and most complex binding. "This is the spell that has been using your power to maintain surveillance and influence. Removing it will cut the magical link between you and whoever has been monitoring you, but the feedback could be considerable." "Do it," Harry said, though his voice came out distorted by the power that was flowing through him. Griphook activated the removal sequence, and the world exploded into white-hot agony. Harry felt as if someone had reached into his soul and torn away a piece that had been grafted there so long ago that he had never known it was foreign. The psychic scream that erupted from him was audible not just to the people in the chamber, but to every magical being within miles of Gringotts. But as the pain faded and his vision cleared, Harry became aware that he was no longer the same person who had lain down on the apparatus an hour earlier. The magical energy flowing through him was vast and complex, abilities that went far beyond simple transformation or communication with the dead. He could see the entire structure of reality laid out before him, like a map, could perceive the places where the boundaries between different states of existence were thin enough to step across. He could sense the presence of cosmic forces that operated on scales too large for human comprehension, and he could feel their attention focusing on him with something that might have been approval. "How do you feel?" Hermione asked carefully, approaching him with the caution of someone who was not entirely certain that the person before her was still the friend she remembered. Harry sat up slowly, testing his control over the power that now flowed through him without restraint. To his relief, while the abilities were vastly stronger than they had been before, they still felt like they belonged to him rather than controlling him. "Free," he said simply. "For the first time in my life, I feel completely free." But even as he spoke, Harry became aware of a commotion erupting in the bank above them. Alarms were sounding. Magical monitoring devices were screaming warnings about unprecedented energy discharges, and he could sense the presence of multiple powerful wizards apparating into the building. "Dumbledore," Draco said grimly. He felt it when the connection was severed. "He knows what you've done." Griphook was already moving to shut down his equipment and secure the chamber. "There are emergency exits that lead directly to the London Underground," he said urgently. "If you leave now, you can be out of the building before they locate this chamber." But Harry shook his head, his newfound abilities showing him possibilities that had not existed when he was still bound by Dumbledore's spells. "I'm done running," he said with quiet determination. "It's time for some honest conversations about what I am and what I'm going to do with these abilities." His friends looked at him with expressions of concern and admiration, recognizing the change that had taken place in him during the binding removal process. This was no longer the confused and frightened boy who had been struggling to understand his transformation. This was someone who had embraced his nature fully and was prepared to take responsibility for the consequences. "What do you want us to do?" Neville asked, his temporal sensitivity showing him multiple possible futures branching out from this moment like the limbs of an enormous tree. "Stand with me," Harry said. "Whatever happens when Dumbledore arrives, whatever threats he makes or promises he offers, I need you to remember that the person you've been helping and supporting is still here. The bindings are gone, but I'm still me." The chamber door burst open with a flash of brilliant light, and Albus Dumbledore strode into the room with an expression of fury that Harry had never seen before. Behind him came Professor McGonagall, several auras, and what appeared to be a complete medical team equipped with magical restraints and sedatives. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying none of its usual warmth or grandfatherly concern. "What have you done?" "I've freed myself from the magical constraints you placed on me without my knowledge or consent," Harry replied evenly. "Constraints that violated every principle of magical ethics and human dignity." Dumbledore's eyes, usually twinkling with hidden knowledge, were now cold and calculating as they studied Harry's transformed appearance. The removal of the bindings had left visible changes, Harry realized. His eyes now carried the same white glow that marked his thestral form, and his skin had taken on a translucent quality that made it clear he existed partially outside normal human categories. "You don't understand what you've done," Dumbledore said, stepping closer despite the obvious danger. "Those bindings were not placed to control you, but to protect you. Without them, your abilities will grow beyond your capacity to manage them. You will become exactly the kind of threat that the prophecy warned about. The prophecy that you've been using to justify every decision you've made about my life," Harry replied. "The prophecy that says the choice about what I become is mine alone to make, not yours to manipulate." Professor McGonagall looked between them with growing alarm, clearly sensing that this confrontation was about far more than a simple disciplinary matter. "Albus," she said carefully, "perhaps we should discuss this privately. Whatever issues you have with Mr. Potter's recent behavior, Surely they can be resolved through conversation rather than... She gestured toward the auras and their obvious preparations for forcible detention. "This is not a disciplinary matter, Minerva," Dumbledore replied without taking his eyes off Harry. "This is a matter of global magical security. The boy has just removed protections that were put in place to prevent him from becoming a threat to the continued existence of both the magical and non-magical worlds." "Protections?" Hermione stepped forward, her voice sharp with indignation. "You call magical constraints that controlled his thoughts and emotions protections? You call spells that harvested his power for your own use protections?" Dumbledore's attention shifted to her with laser focus. "Miss Granger, you are meddling in affairs that are far beyond your understanding. Your intervention in this matter has quite possibly doomed us all." But Neville stepped forward as well, his usually gentle demeanor replaced by something that reminded everyone present that he came from a family of powerful auras. "No," he said firmly. "What has doomed us all is the arrogance of adults who think they have the right to decide how other people's lives should be lived. Harry has the right to control his own magical development, regardless of how inconvenient that might be for your plans." Even Draco, despite his family's complex relationship with Dumbledore, moved to stand with his friends. "The Malfoy family has considerable experience with magical bindings," he said, with the authority of someone drawing on centuries of pure blood knowledge. "What you placed on Harry Potter goes far beyond anything that could be justified for protection. You turned him into a magical slave, and you did it when he was too young to consent or resist." The auras had spread out around the chamber, their wands drawn, and their expressions suggesting that they were prepared to use force if necessary. But Harry could sense their uncertainty. Whatever they had been told about this situation, the reality of a group of first-year students defending their friend's right to control his own magical abilities was not what they had expected to encounter. "Enough," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying the full weight of his authority as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. "Harry, you will submit to the placement of new restraining spells, or you will be taken into ministry custody for the protection of the magical community. The choice, as you are so fond of saying, is yours." Harry looked around the chamber, taking in the sight of his friends standing courageously beside him, despite the overwhelming odds they faced. He thought about the prophecy and its assertion that his choice could not be influenced by manipulation or threats. He considered the power flowing through him, abilities that could reshape the fundamental nature of existence if he chose to use them without restraint. Most importantly, he remembered his mother's final words about keeping him safe from those who would use him. "You're right," Harry said quietly. "The choice is mine." He reached out with his death-touched abilities, not to attack or harm anyone, but simply to demonstrate the full scope of what he had become now that Dumbledore's bindings no longer constrained him. Every person in the chamber suddenly found themselves able to perceive the world as Harry did, to see the threads of life and death that connected all living things, to understand the delicate balance that his kind was meant to protect. They could see the spirits of the dead moving through the walls, could sense the cosmic forces that operated beyond human understanding, could feel the presence of powers that made even the most advanced magic seem primitive by comparison, and they could see, with perfect clarity, that Harry Potter was no longer entirely human, but had not become a monster either. He was something new, something that existed at the intersection of multiple states of being, something that could serve as a bridge between worlds that had been growing dangerously out of balance. "This is what I am," Harry said, as the vision faded, and everyone present struggled to process what they had experienced. "This is what I've always been, underneath the bindings you placed on me. Not a weapon to be controlled or a threat to be contained, but a guardian whose job is to protect the boundaries that keep both life and death in their proper places." He looked directly at Dumbledore, his white glowing eyes meeting the headmaster's shocked gaze. "I choose to be what my mother knew I could be, someone who protects rather than controls, who serves the balance rather than disrupting it, who builds bridges rather than walls. The silence in the chamber stretched for long moments, as everyone present grappled with the implications of what they had witnessed. Finally, it was Professor McGonagall who spoke, her voice soft with something that might have been awe. "Albus," she said carefully, "I think we may need to reconsider our approach to this situation." Dumbledore stood frozen in the center of the chamber, his carefully constructed worldview crumbling around him as he confronted the reality that Harry Potter had become something beyond his ability to predict or control. The game had changed completely, and for the first time in decades, Albus Dumbledore had no idea what move to make next. But Harry Potter, finally free to make his own choices, was just beginning to understand the true scope of the possibilities that lay before him. The Forbidden Forest had never been truly forbidden to Harry Potter, but now, with his abilities fully unbound, it felt more like a homecoming than a trespass. The ancient trees seemed to recognize what he had become, their branches bending slightly as he passed, their leaves whispering secrets in languages that predated human civilization. It had been 3 weeks since the confrontation at Gringotts, 3 weeks since Harry had shattered the magical bindings that had controlled him since infancy. Dumbledore had retreated to his office afterward, claiming he needed time to reassess the situation, but Harry's enhanced perception could sense the headmaster's growing desperation. The carefully orchestrated plans of decades were crumbling, and Albus Dumbledore was running out of moves to make. More importantly, word of what had happened was spreading throughout the magical community with the speed that only truly shocking news could achieve. A child had publicly defied one of the most powerful wizards in the world, and demonstrated abilities that defied conventional understanding of magic itself. The implications were being debated in every magical household, every ministry office, and every school of witchcraft and wizardry from London to Cairo. Harry had chosen to respond to the chaos by doing exactly what he had told Dumbledore he would do. He had become a protector of the boundary between life and death, starting with the creatures who dwelt at that boundary, and had been waiting centuries for someone who could serve as their voice in the world of the living. The Thestral herd that lived in the depths of the Forbidden Forest had tripled in size over the past 3 weeks. Word had somehow spread through whatever network connected the hidden magical creatures of the world, and Thestrals were arriving from locations across Britain and beyond. They came not as refugees seeking shelter, but as allies responding to a call that had been silent for too long. Harry stood in the center of the clearing that had become their gathering place, his human form surrounded by nearly 100 of the skeletal, winged creatures that most wizards feared to even acknowledge. To his enhanced senses, they were magnificent, each one a perfect fusion of grace and power, embodying the natural process of transition that his kind was meant to guard. Young Guardian, the eldest stallion, spoke directly into his mind, his mental voice carrying the weight of centuries. The time has come to choose those among the living who will stand with us. Our enemies gather strength, and we cannot face them alone. Harry nodded, understanding the magnitude of what was being asked. The Thestrals were offering to fight alongside him, but such a partnership would require human allies who could serve as bridges between the magical community and the otherworldly forces that most people could not even perceive. "Who do you recommend?" Harry asked aloud, knowing that his human friends could hear both sides of the conversation through their connection to him. Hermione stepped forward from where she had been studying the patterns of magical energy that flowed through the clearing. Over the past weeks, her understanding of magical theory had advanced at a rate that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. Her connection to Harry's unbound abilities had awakened aspects of her own magic that went far beyond the conventional spellwork taught at Hogwarts. "The students are responding to what happened," she reported. "Not just at Hogwarts, but at other schools as well. There are groups forming, unofficial alliances of young witches and wizards who believe that the current system needs to change." Neville emerged from behind one of the massive oak trees, his face drawn with the exhaustion that came from constantly processing information from multiple timelines. His temporal sensitivity had become both a blessing and a burden since Harry's transformation, showing him possibilities for the future that ranged from wonderful to apocalyptic. "I've been seeing gatherings," he said quietly. "Students from Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, even some of the smaller magical schools. They're calling themselves the Threshold Guard, and they're planning to converge on Britain within the next month." Harry felt a surge of hope mixed with apprehension. International support would give their movement legitimacy and power, but it would also attract the attention of forces that preferred to operate in shadows. What about the adults, the established magical governments and institutions? Draco materialized from the tree line with the silent grace that had become his trademark since learning to work with the spirits that followed him. His connection to the realm of the dead had evolved beyond simple communication. He now served as a conduit through which the deceased could influence events in the world of the living, but always with their consent and always in service of protecting the innocent. "Mixed reactions," he reported. "The International Confederation of Wizards is split almost evenly. Half want to offer support for what they're calling a natural evolution of magical understanding. The other half are terrified that you represent an existential threat to the current world order." He paused, his expression darkening, as he considered information that had come through his spiritual contacts. More troubling, several governments have begun developing what they call containment protocols. Magical weapons and binding techniques specifically designed to neutralize death-touched individuals. Harry felt the Thestral herd's reaction to this news, a ripple of anger and protective instinct that made the air in the clearing shimmer with barely contained power. "And Voldemort?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "Growing stronger," Neville confirmed grimly. "My temporal sight shows him gathering followers at an unprecedented rate. Not just Death Eaters this time, but anyone who believes that the old ways are being threatened by what you represent. He's positioning himself as the defender of traditional magical society," Draco added, "claiming that you're an abomination that must be destroyed before you corrupt the natural order." Harry found the irony both bitter and illuminating. The wizard who had spent decades trying to cheat death and achieve unnatural immortality was now presenting himself as the champion of natural magical law, while Harry, who served to protect the boundary between life and death, was being portrayed as a threat to that same natural order. "What about the Order of the Phoenix?" Hermione asked. "Surely some of Dumbledore's allies must have concerns about his methods." "The Order is fracturing," Draco replied. About half still follow Dumbledore's lead, convinced that his experience and wisdom make him the best hope for defeating Voldemort. But the other half have begun to question whether his approach is fundamentally flawed. Harry felt the stallion's presence in his mind again, this time accompanied by images and sensations that conveyed information more efficiently than words could have managed. "The spirits of the recently dead bring disturbing news," the Thestral communicated. "Your enemy Voldemort has begun experimenting with magic that violates the natural boundaries we guard. He seeks not just to avoid death, but to command it, to turn the passage between worlds into a weapon that serves his will." Harry closed his eyes, extending his consciousness beyond the physical realm to perceive what the Thestrals were showing him. What he saw made his newly unbound power recoil with instinctive horror. Voldemort was indeed experimenting with death magic, but not in the crude manner of traditional necromancy. He had somehow gained access to techniques that allowed him to corrupt the very process of dying, turning what should have been a peaceful transition into a torturous trap that kept souls bound to his service even after their bodies had been destroyed. Worse, he was using these corrupted spirits as a source of power, drawing energy from their suffering to enhance his own abilities. It was a perversion of everything the Threshold Guardians were meant to protect, a violation of cosmic law that threatened to destabilize the fundamental balance between existence and non-existence. "He has to be stopped," Harry said aloud, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated through multiple planes of reality. "Not just defeated or contained, but completely stopped. What he's doing threatens not just the magical world, but the basic structure of existence itself. The weight of that realization settled over the clearing like a physical force. This was no longer about politics or ideology or competing visions for the future of magical society. This was about preventing the complete corruption of one of the most fundamental processes in the universe. "What do you need from us?" Hermione asked, her analytical mind already working through the practical implications of what they were facing. Harry looked around the clearing, taking in the sight of his human allies, surrounded by creatures that embodied the sacred boundary he was sworn to protect. These were the people who had stood by him when the entire weight of magical authority had been arrayed against him, who had chosen to trust in his humanity, even when he was becoming something that transcended human categories. "I need you to help me build something that's never existed before," he said. "An alliance between the living and the dead, between the magical and the mundane, between all the different communities and factions that have reasons to fear what Voldemort is trying to accomplish." Neville's temporal sensitivity was already showing him glimpses of what such an alliance might look like. "It's possible," he said slowly. "I can see timelines where it works, where the different groups overcome their traditional mistrust and work together. But it requires perfect timing and absolutely flawless coordination. The students who are calling themselves the Threshold Guard could serve as a foundation," Hermione suggested. "They're already organized, they have international connections, and they're not bound by the institutional loyalties that might prevent adults from working together effectively." Draco nodded thoughtfully. "And the spirits I work with could serve as a communication network. The dead don't respect national boundaries or political divisions. They could carry messages and coordinate activities across distances that would be impossible for conventional magical communication." Harry felt the Thestral Stallion's approval flowing through their mental connection. "Indeed, young guardian. But remember that such an alliance will face opposition from every established power structure in both the magical and mundane worlds. You will be seen as a threat not just to individuals, but to the very concept of hierarchical authority itself. Then we make sure we're strong enough to survive that opposition," Harry replied with quiet determination. The next several hours were spent in intense planning and preparation. Using Neville's temporal sensitivity to identify optimal timing, Hermione's theoretical knowledge to design magical communication systems, and Draco's spiritual contacts to establish secure information networks, they began the process of reaching out to potential allies around the world. The response was both encouraging and terrifying. Magical communities from every continent expressed interest in the alliance Harry was proposing, but so did forces that preferred to operate in the shadows. Government agencies that officially didn't exist began making inquiries about the unusual magical phenomena being reported in Britain. Ancient magical societies that had remained hidden for centuries started sending emissaries to investigate whether the Threshold Guardian represented an opportunity or a threat. Most concerning of all, Dumbledore's own network of allies and agents was beginning to fracture as word spread about what he had done to Harry. Some remained loyal, convinced that his methods were justified by the magnitude of the threat they faced. Others began to question whether a man who would place binding spells on an infant could be trusted to make ethical decisions about anything else. It was Professor McGonagall who arrived in the clearing 3 days later, alone and without her usual air of stern authority. She approached the assembled group with the careful movements of someone who was not entirely certain of her welcome. "Harry," she said quietly, her voice carrying a weariness that seemed to age her by decades. "We need to talk." Harry gestured for her to sit on one of the fallen logs that served as informal seating in the clearing. The Thestrals around them remained alert but non-threatening, recognizing her as someone whose intentions were complex rather than hostile. "What can I do for you, Professor?" McGonagall was quiet for several long moments, clearly struggling with decisions that went against everything she had believed about duty and loyalty. "I've spent the past 3 weeks reviewing everything I thought I knew about Albus Dumbledore," she said, finally. "His methods, his decisions, the way he's chosen to handle various crises over the decades of our friendship." She paused, her hands trembling slightly, as she considered the implications of what she was about to say. "I've reached the conclusion that I can no longer in good conscience support his approach to the current situation. What he did to you as a child, the binding spells and emotional manipulations, they represent a fundamental violation of everything I believe about the rights of magical individuals." Harry felt a surge of sympathy for the woman who had served as his deputy headmistress and occasional protector. She was facing the collapse of a worldview that had shaped her entire adult life, forced to choose between personal loyalty and moral principle. "What are you asking of me?" "I want to join your alliance," she said simply. "I want to help you build something better than the system we currently have, something that protects people without controlling them." The offer was both generous and strategically valuable. McGonagall's reputation for integrity and her position within the magical education system would lend credibility to their movement while providing access to resources and networks that would otherwise be beyond their reach. But Harry could also sense the complexity of her motivations, the mixture of genuine conviction and personal guilt that had driven her to this decision. She was not just offering to help, she was seeking redemption for years of complicity in a system she now recognized as fundamentally corrupt. "Are you prepared for the consequences of that choice?" Harry asked gently. "Dumbledore won't forgive what he'll see as betrayal, and neither will the people who still support him." "I stopped caring about Albus Dumbledore's forgiveness the moment I learned what he had done to you," McGonagall replied with surprising firmness. "As for his supporters, they're welcome to make their own choices about what kind of world they want to live in." Harry looked around at his friends, reading agreement and approval in their expressions. McGonagall's decision to join them was both validation of their cause and proof that their alliance could attract allies from even the most unexpected quarters. "Then welcome to the Threshold Guard," he said, extending his hand to the woman who had spent 7 years trying to protect him within the constraints of a system that had never been designed with his best interests in mind. As McGonagall shook his hand, Harry felt the magical atmosphere in the clearing shift and strengthen. The alliance he was building had gained not just another member, but its first adult authority figure, someone whose presence would help legitimize their cause in the eyes of the broader magical community. But even as they celebrated this small victory, Harry's enhanced senses were detecting new threats gathering on the horizon. Voldemort's experiments with corrupted death magic were accelerating, and the response from established magical authorities was becoming increasingly desperate and potentially violent. The confrontation that would determine the future of both the magical and mundane worlds was approaching rapidly, and Harry Potter was no longer content to let others decide when and how that battle would be fought. The Threshold Guard was growing stronger every day, but so were the forces arrayed against them. Soon, very soon, they would have to prove that their vision of a world where life and death remained in proper balance was worth fighting for, regardless of the cost. The game was entering its final phase, and for the first time since his transformation began, Harry Potter felt ready to play it on his own terms. Looking around the clearing at the diverse coalition of humans, spirits, and otherworldly creatures that had chosen to follow him, Harry made a silent promise that, whatever came next, he would prove worthy of their trust and sacrifice. The threshold between worlds needed a guardian, and Harry Potter intended to be exactly the protector that cosmic balance required, regardless of what anyone else thought he should become. The future remained unwritten, and that was exactly how he wanted it. The message came through Draco's network of spirits at 3 a.m, delivered by a house elf who had died protecting children during the last war against Voldemort. Harry woke instantly, his death-touched senses recognizing the urgency in the supernatural communication, before his conscious mind could process the specific words. "Young Master Guardian," the spirit's voice whispered through the darkness of the forbidden forest clearing where Harry had taken to sleeping among the Thestral herd. "Your friends are taken. The Dark Lord holds them in the place where death was first perverted." Harry was on his feet before the message finished, his transformation to Thestral form beginning automatically, as his protective instincts overrode conscious thought. Around him, the entire herd stirred to alertness, their white eyes reflecting his sudden surge of power and determination. "Where?" he asked the spirit, though his enhanced perception was already reaching out to locate the missing members of his alliance. "The chamber beneath Malfoy Manor," the house elf replied, its form flickering with the effort required to maintain communication across the barrier between worlds. "Where the young Master Draco's ancestors practiced the darkest arts. Your enemy has brought them there as bait, knowing you would come." Harry's mind raced as he processed this information. Hermione, Neville, and McGonagall had been coordinating with international allies from a safe house in London, working to establish secure communication channels between the various factions of the Threshold Guard. They should have been protected by layers of defensive spells and early warning systems. But Voldemort had found them anyway, and now he was using them as leverage to force exactly the kind of confrontation that Harry had been trying to avoid until his coalition was fully prepared. The trap was obvious, almost insultingly so. Voldemort was counting on Harry's emotional attachment to his friends to override his strategic judgment, to make him abandon the careful preparations they had been building in favor of an immediate rescue attempt that would play directly into the Dark Lord's hands. The problem was that Voldemort's assessment was entirely correct. Harry could no more leave his friends to suffer and die than he could stop breathing. The bonds between them had been forged through shared danger and mutual trust, and they had become the closest thing to family that any of them had ever known. But that didn't mean he had to walk into the trap alone or unprepared. Harry extended his consciousness through the network of magical connections that linked him to allies across the globe. The Threshold Guard had grown beyond anything he had originally envisioned, encompassing not just students from various magical schools, but entire communities that had been marginalized or oppressed by traditional magical hierarchies. "Emergency assembly," he broadcast through the spiritual communication system that Draco had helped him establish. "All available operatives converge on Britain immediately. The final confrontation has begun." The response was immediate and overwhelming. From Durmstrang came a group of students who had been studying advanced protective magic in preparation for exactly this kind of crisis. From Beauxbatons arrived a delegation of young witches and wizards whose families had been fighting dark magic for generations. Smaller magical schools from around the world sent their most capable students, each group bringing unique skills and perspectives to the growing alliance. But it was the response from the non-human magical communities that truly demonstrated the scope of what Harry had built over the past months. Centaur tribes that hadn't spoken to wizards in decades emerged from their hidden forests to offer their wisdom and strength. Goblin clans that had remained neutral in previous wizarding conflicts declared their willingness to fight alongside anyone who opposed the corruption of natural death magic. Most remarkably, the international networks of house elves began materializing in the Forbidden Forest, their small forms carrying messages and supplies that had been contributed by magical families from every corner of the earth. These creatures, long dismissed as mere servants by most of the wizarding world, had revealed themselves to be a sophisticated intelligence and support network that spanned continents. As dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands, Harry found himself at the center of an army, unlike anything the magical world had ever seen. Not just an army of fighters, but a coalition of every group that had reason to fear what Voldemort represented and what his victory would mean for the future of magical society. Professor McGonagall's replacement at Hogwarts, a stern witch named Professor Ashworth, who had been recruited from the South African Ministry of Magic, arrived through the Flu network with disturbing news about the situation at Malfoy Manor. "The entire estate has been surrounded by magical barriers," she reported, her voice tight with professional concern. Dark magic emanating from the underground chambers suggests that Voldemort is conducting some kind of ritual, possibly using your friends as components. Harry felt his control over his transformation abilities waver as rage threatened to overwhelm his strategic thinking. The idea of his friends being used as sacrificial components in one of Voldemort's experiments was almost too terrible to contemplate. But it was exactly that kind of emotional reaction that the Dark Lord was counting on. Voldemort understood that Harry's greatest strength, his capacity for emotional connection and loyalty, was also potentially his greatest weakness. By threatening the people Harry cared about most, he was trying to force a confrontation on terms that favored experience and ruthless calculation over power and moral conviction. "Can your temporal sight show us what's happening inside the manor?" Harry asked Neville's replacement coordinator, a young witch from the American magical school Ilvermorny, whose abilities were similar to his friends, but focused on spatial rather than temporal perception. "The dark magic is interfering with scrying attempts," she replied grimly. "Whatever Voldemort is doing in those chambers, he's making sure we can't observe it from a distance." Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his death-touched senses, trying to perceive his friends through the boundary between the world of the living and the realm where spirits dwelt. What he found was both encouraging and terrifying. Hermione, Neville, and McGonagall were still alive, but they were being held in a chamber that had been specifically designed to corrupt the natural process of death. The magical emanations from the room felt like a wound in reality itself, a place where the fundamental laws governing the transition between life and death had been twisted into something unnatural and wrong. Worse, Harry could sense that Voldemort was drawing power from their fear and pain, using their suffering to fuel whatever dark ritual he was conducting. It was exactly the kind of perversion of death magic that the Threshold Guardians were meant to prevent, and it filled Harry with a cold fury that went beyond personal anger to touch on cosmic justice itself. "He's using them to power a corruption spell," Harry announced to the assembled alliance. "Something that's designed to give him control over the boundary between life and death itself." The implications of this sent a ripple of alarm through the gathered magical beings. If Voldemort succeeded in corrupting the fundamental process of mortality, he wouldn't just achieve personal immortality. He would gain the ability to grant or deny death to anyone he chose, effectively becoming a god-emperor with power over the most basic aspect of existence. "Then we stop him," said Victor Krum, who had arrived from Durmstrang with a contingent of his fellow students. "Whatever it takes, we don't let him complete this ritual." "The question is how," added Fleur Delacour, representing the Beauxbatons delegation. Malfoy Manor has been fortified against exactly this kind of assault. The Dark Lord has had months to prepare, and he's chosen ground that gives him every possible advantage. Harry looked around at the faces of his allies, these remarkable individuals who had chosen to risk everything to stand against a threat that most people couldn't even comprehend. Each of them brought unique abilities and perspectives to their alliance, but they were still facing an enemy with decades of experience in magical combat and access to power sources that violated every ethical constraint. But they also had advantages that Voldemort couldn't fully understand or counter. Their alliance was built on trust and mutual respect, rather than fear and domination. Their power came from willing cooperation, rather than coerced obedience. Most importantly, they were fighting to protect something, rather than to acquire it, which gave them access to magical energies that were fundamentally different from those that Voldemort could command. "We don't assault the manor," Harry decided, his strategic thinking clarified by the urgency of the situation. "We do something he's not expecting. We invite him to come to us." The plan that emerged from their subsequent discussion was audacious to the point of seeming suicidal, but it had one crucial advantage. Instead of playing by Voldemort's rules and fighting on ground of his choosing, it would force him to respond to a threat he couldn't ignore on terrain that favored Harry's coalition. Using the network of house elf spirits that connected magical households across Britain, they began spreading a very specific piece of information. Harry Potter, the death-touched guardian, whose abilities threatened everything Voldemort was trying to accomplish, was conducting his own ritual in the heart of the Forbidden Forest, a ritual that would permanently seal the boundary between life and death, making it impossible for anyone to achieve the kind of corrupted immortality that Voldemort sought. The information was designed to reach Voldemort through his network of spies and informants, and it included just enough technical detail to be believable while omitting the crucial fact that the ritual was actually a trap. The response came faster than even Harry had expected. Within hours of the false information beginning to circulate, dark magic began gathering on the edges of the Forbidden Forest. Not just Voldemort himself, but the full strength of his Death Eater forces, augmented by the corrupted spirits he had been binding to his service. But Harry's coalition was ready for them. The Thestral herd had spread throughout the forest, their natural invisibility to most humans making them perfect scouts and ambush predators. The international students had positioned themselves according to a battle plan that took advantage of their diverse magical traditions and techniques. Most importantly, the spirits of the dead who had chosen to fight alongside them were prepared to manifest physically, something that required enormous expenditure of otherworldly energy, but which would give them capabilities that living wizards simply couldn't match. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the ancient trees, Harry felt Voldemort's presence approaching the forest like a storm front of concentrated malevolence. The Dark Lord was not coming alone, nor was he coming unprepared. The magical emanations Harry could detect suggested an army equipped with artifacts and spells that pushed the boundaries of what should have been possible with conventional magic. But Harry was no longer concerned with what was possible according to conventional understanding. His abilities had evolved beyond simple transformation or communication with the dead to encompass something far more fundamental. He had become a living embodiment of the boundary between existence and non-existence, with all the cosmic authority that such a role implied. When Voldemort finally entered the clearing at the heart of the Forbidden Forest, he was accompanied by more than 50 Death Eaters, and nearly twice that number of corrupted spirits that he had bound to his will. The sight should have been terrifying, and by any rational assessment, Harry's coalition was vastly outnumbered and outgunned. But rationality had very little to do with what happened next. "Harry Potter!" Voldemort said, his voice carrying clearly across the clearing despite being barely above a whisper. "You have something that belongs to me." Harry stepped forward from the center of his assembled allies, his human form surrounded by Thestrals, whose presence made it clear that this confrontation was about far more than a simple conflict between wizards. "I have friends who are under your protection," Harry replied evenly. "Return them, and we can discuss whatever grievances you think you have against me." Voldemort's laughter was like the sound of breaking glass, beautiful and sharp and completely without warmth. "Oh, my dear boy, this has moved far beyond questions of friendship or personal grievance. You have become an obstacle to the natural order of things, a barrier preventing the evolution of magical society into something more efficient and properly organized." The Dark Lord gestured toward the assembled Death Eaters and bound spirits. "These loyal servants understand what you apparently cannot, that death is weakness, that mortality is a limitation to be overcome, and that those with sufficient will and intelligence should not be constrained by the arbitrary boundaries that nature has imposed upon existence." Harry felt the cosmic forces that he served responding to this declaration with something that was far deeper and more dangerous than simple anger. Voldemort was not just threatening individual lives or even entire communities. He was challenging the fundamental structure of reality itself, declaring war on the natural laws that kept existence stable and comprehensible. "You're talking about breaking the boundary between life and death," Harry said, his voice beginning to carry harmonics that resonated across multiple planes of existence. "Turning mortality into a tool that serves your personal ambitions, rather than respecting it as a natural process that maintains cosmic balance." "I'm talking about transcendence," Voldemort replied, his red eyes blazing with fanatical conviction, "about moving beyond the primitive limitations that have constrained magical development for millennia." He raised his wand, and Harry could see power gathering around it, that was unlike anything he had encountered before. This was not conventional magic, however advanced. This was something that drew its strength from the suffering of the bound spirits, from the corruption of natural processes that were never meant to serve individual will. "Your friends have served their purpose admirably," Voldemort continued conversationally. "Their pain and fear have provided the energy necessary to complete the first phase of my ascension ritual. Soon, their deaths will fuel the final transformation that will make me master of mortality itself." That was when Harry Potter stopped trying to find a peaceful solution to their conflict. The transformation that overcame him was unlike any he had experienced before. Instead of simply shifting from human to thestral form, he became something that existed simultaneously in both states, a being that embodied the threshold between different modes of existence, rather than being limited to one or the other. Power flowed through him that was not his own, but which he was uniquely qualified to channel. The cosmic forces that governed the transition between life and death, the natural laws that maintained the boundary between different states of being, the fundamental principles that kept reality stable and comprehensible, all of them found expression through his transformed state. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of existence itself. "You will not corrupt the natural order," he declared, and every living thing in the forest felt the weight of cosmic law backing his words. "You will not turn death into a weapon to serve your ambitions, and you will release my friends immediately." Voldemort's response was to launch an attack that should have been sufficient to destroy any conventional opponent. Dark magic flowed from his wand with the force of a hurricane, spells designed to kill, to bind, to corrupt, to break down the barriers between sanity and madness. But Harry was no longer a conventional opponent. The attacks passed through him as if he were made of mist, their power absorbed and redirected by abilities that operated according to laws more fundamental than those that governed ordinary magic. Around the clearing, his allies began their own assault, not against Voldemort directly, but against the Death Eaters and corrupted spirits that supported him. The battle that followed was unlike anything in the recorded history of magical combat. Thestrals materialized out of apparent nothingness to attack Death Eaters with claws and teeth that could tear through magical shields as if they were paper. International students coordinated attacks using techniques drawn from a dozen different magical traditions, creating synergistic effects that no single school of magic could have achieved alone. Most remarkably, the spirits of the dead began manifesting physically, their otherworldly abilities allowing them to counter the corrupted souls that Voldemort had bound to his service. It was justice on a cosmic scale, the willing dead fighting against those who had been enslaved in violation of every natural law. But the true confrontation was between Harry and Voldemort, two beings who represented fundamentally incompatible visions of what magic should become. Voldemort fought with power, drawn from suffering and domination, spells that gained their strength from the violation of natural boundaries and the corruption of essential processes. His magic was technically impressive and devastatingly effective, but it was ultimately self-defeating because it required the constant consumption of external energy sources. Harry fought with power that came from balance and protection, abilities that were strengthened by his willingness to serve something larger than his own desires. His magic was not just technically superior, but qualitatively different, drawing on energy sources that were renewable rather than finite, that grew stronger through use rather than being depleted. The climax came when Voldemort, realizing that his conventional attacks were ineffective, attempted to use the suffering of Harry's captured friends to power one final, reality-altering curse. It was exactly the kind of perversion that Harry's nature compelled him to prevent, regardless of the personal cost. Harry reached across the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, drawing on power that was not his own, but which he was uniquely qualified to channel. What emerged was not magic in any conventional sense, but something that was closer to natural law itself, a cosmic correction to the violations that Voldemort had introduced into the fundamental structure of existence. The Dark Lord's final curse met Harry's response and simply ceased to exist, cancelled out by forces that operated according to principles more basic than those that governed individual will or magical technique. In the silence that followed, as the corrupted spirits bound to Voldemort's service found themselves suddenly free to pass on to whatever came after death, as the Death Eaters discovered that their dark magic had lost its power in the presence of natural law restored to balance, Tom Riddle faced the reality that he had been fighting against for his entire adult life. He was mortal, and mortality was not a weakness to be overcome, but a natural condition to be accepted. The death that claimed him was neither violent nor dramatic. It was simply the natural conclusion of a life that had spent decades fighting against the inevitable, a process that had been delayed but never truly avoided. As Voldemort's body crumbled to dust, the magical bindings that had held Harry's friends captive dissolved automatically. Within moments, they were standing free in the clearing, bruised and exhausted, but fundamentally unharmed by their ordeal. The battle was over, but the real work was just beginning. Looking around at the faces of his allies, human and non-human, living and dead, Harry Potter realized that they had won more than just a military victory. They had proven that a different kind of magical society was possible, one based on cooperation rather than domination, on respect for natural law rather than its violation, on the understanding that true power came from serving something larger than oneself. The threshold between life and death was safe once again, protected by a guardian who understood that his role was not to control the boundary, but to serve it. The future, as always, remained unwritten. But for the first time in longer than anyone could remember, it was a future that held the promise of balance, justice, and hope.